here and video. Hey, there we go. It's me. It's SuperSight. Why am I taller this time? There we go. That works. So what is up, everyone? This is your host, SuperSight. Hey, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. That was quick. That was quick. This stream is over a month overdue. I was meant to stream when the leaderboard thing reset. Reset and the squadbusters, and then I will look at. I'll open it up today, providing I can update the app. And I was gonna then showcase it. So sorry I didn't end up doing that stream. That was gonna be on Friday, over a month ago. So a lot has passed since then. A lot has passed. Lynn, welcome to the stream. There's been a lot going on. So I'm not really gonna. I don't think I'm gonna play the game today. I'll open it and scroll through the leaderboard if I can. I might open what's the game? Root Land as well, which I don't normally do. I don't normally open two games. I'm not going to be playing Root Land much. I debated whether to do that as a separate stream. Man, this is like, I titled this Risk Stream from way back, and I've mainly used this template on here. But I was going to do Risk Stream, no, I was going to, yeah, because I was going to do this stream and then one on Root Land, but actually there's not much to say about Root Land. Well, not that much, but I'll get to it. I know, it's so odd, because it's sort of like, I've experienced on YouTube, like, I wouldn't say so much success, but success to a somewhat extent, like a somewhat noteworthy extent in terms of Supercell circles in that. So it's sort of odd having sort of gone through that and then sort of gone right there with the ban and then came back, but then didn't really come back. Sort of, I don't know, so it's sort of odd, it's sort of bizarre, and sort of hard to process and sort of think about what happened and why, stuff like that. It's sort of unsure, difficult to know like what to think of it all, because yeah, it didn't really work out, me being a heyday YouTuber, which is a real shame. It's a real shame. I really wanted to. I was so enthusiastic. There were so many good memories. Like when the Maggie came out, and I remember doing an update. It was like, and it was about April 2018, and I put out the video. And I was so excited about it, and I put out the video, and it was doing so well, and I was like, this is so awesome, and then meeting Ricky, and it was just a real cool journey, sort of, but it just felt like just a sad end, like it never properly finished with the ban, like that it just wasn't sort of a nice way to finish it, and the game's still there. It's one of the only main ones that I've covered that is still there, because Rush was killed, Battlelands was killed, Everdale was killed. So yeah, there's a lot of that. But I was going to do that, so I will still show the footage of the game. So much has happened since then. I'm going to go through it. I'll go through some good chat now, though. The game hasn't really interested me either. I've branched out to other games. Fair. I mean, there's some people put some graphs up on Reddit, and it's really interesting in that, seeing how sort of poor it's doing. Like, it didn't pass, yeah, it hasn't done very well, and the player base, it seems, less than Clash Clans, less than Brawl Stars, less than Clash Royale, and I think already even less than Heyday, if this graph I saw was accurate. So it has not done well, and they're going to need to do some changes to make it work. But I realized more. I've watched some videos in the last few days about the predatory monetization strategies in there. And I respect there's been a few people that have done it, even within the Supercell community, that have covered that topic and that, which it applies to a lot of gaming companies in that. I think it applies to Supercell, especially in recent times, like the thing in squadbusters where they say, hey, you can get a free item in that. Like have an image of a free thing in that, but then you tap it and you get like one free thing, but then other things you could not get unless you paid money, which I thought that was misleading, and an example of a predatory gaming strategy. But there's a lot that goes on, and there's this really interesting one in 2016, a video of a guy in Finland, and he at this convention, and he talked about a whole these strategies, which I can understand from the mind of a developer to maximize profit in that, and it sort of makes sense in that. But it seems like it really does seem that just so much of the gaming industry, not just Supercell, has moved towards it, and the games just aren't as good as they used to be, and you've just got more and more of this, and in the board of the top 200, like I was trying to find a new game to play the other day, which I don't normally do. I just normally don't play. A lot of times I just don't play games. But I was looking up a game, and so I was looking at the top 200, and a lot of them were the ones that I see advertised in World of Tank Splits and that. And so like there's this the Screw game, Ebony, Top War, and sort of these games that, and then there's all those ones that with the like blue character blobs and that, and even way back in I think 2019 or 2020. There was just heaps of those games, and they'd just have like lots of levels and just an ad after every single level, and they're just real low quality games that are trying to make money in that. And I virtually never try out a game, and the one time I did, which was a couple of streams back, I'd try, more than a couple of streams back. No, it was like 12, 13, 14 streams back, was this game which I tried, and then I just realized it wasn't real online players, it was just this other thing, and I didn't actually end up enjoying it that much. But yeah, I really think that the way that Supercell monetizes has gone downhill in that. I think because the companies are sort of realizing, oh, this is even more and more profitable to do this and this and this. But then it just at the expense. But the thing is, I've brought it back many times to the fact that Supercell was making a hang of a lot of profit in the past without doing all these strategies that have really made the players unhappy in Heyday and Clash Royale. And squadbusters and that. I mean, it's an interesting one of the things that the guy said in this conference and this video was that you don't want to make the game too skill-based in that, which is fascinating that he would say that. But it makes sense because the targeting the whales in that, like 50% of the players spend nothing or more, or about 50%. I'm not sure exactly, but there's like 2% or 1% of players are whales, which spend a huge amount. And so if you have those level up games like Clash Clans where things need to keep getting leveled up and that, or those anime games, I don't really know that genre. Gashkin Impact, and something Arena, AFK Arena, and a couple of other ones like that. And there's like these characters, and you can just upgrade them heaps. Those ones, then you can get a few of those whales that spend a lot of the money. But it is a lot of manipulative tactics, in my view, in some cases in that. But then again, I think that is actually what is the case with just the industry in general. In fact, because there's a few topics I'm going to go through, and one of the topics is Mr. Beast and that, and with the promotion of his, what's it called, those festivals and that. I've had someone sent me them, and I tried them and that, and I enjoyed them. I did enjoy them. Those chocolate, those chocolate things in that, they were nice. They were nice. Yeah, but yeah, the idea, but people have noticed this about, well, some people have said that this was this promotional strategy of the chocolates and food and that was dodgy in that. However, I think that actually, people are like seeing that and maybe realizing it for the first time, but that actually links to a far wider thing of just this is what heaps of companies do. This is what successful companies do. A lot of them, not all, but a lot of them are doing these manipulative techniques in that. They're always selling this message in that. Well, they're selling it a lot of the time. It's like, if you get our product, you'll be happy, you'll be above the rest, you'll be this. And it's just drilled in, and it's sort of just maximizing every little last bit of like empathy and hope and everything that people have in them to sell the product in that. But then in the end, it's very destructive, like trust-wise, and gives people false expectations, which makes them unhappy, and all this other stuff in that. It's sort of like, well, there's this term called tragedy of the commons, and like I'm not sure if this is an example of it or not, but if you have like a company and they write a salacious story or like a spiced up story to make things really dramatic when it wasn't that dramatic or whatnot, they'll get a lot of clicks and that, and so they'll get some income in that, but it's just slight, but it'll only tiny, like that might just damage their credibility like a tiny bit in that, and so they can just keep doing that again and again and again and again and again 1,000 times because they get that short term, they get that payment in the short term, like, oh, lots of clicks, but the over time, the cost of that will just be total erosion in either that media company or media companies in general, because companies continually engage in that activity, and then eventually, and it's sort of like, I think, somewhat with all this advertising, it's just these companies are so focused on selling items, to the detriment of society and the company. And I'm just thinking, because then there's that guy. who says the company's primary focus should be to focus on profits and that. I mean, I think it's good that companies focus on profits. I think that's good, but I think there's an extent where they just, if they disregard everything else, then it's bad. And Elon even talked about, Elon had an interview with Jordan Peterson, and it had 1.3, I think it was 1.3 million people watching live near the end of it. It sort of just climbed up. It was 2-hour one. Very, very interesting. And that's a lot. I mean, that's surpassing CNN and MSNBC with I think some or all of their shows. But anyway, but then Peterson's Elon said that companies can sue you if you don't like maximize profits in that. The shareholders can sue you in that. So it's a very tricky thing. But yeah, I think it's just a shame. I think because I've seen videos on YouTube and that of people just sad with how the gaming in general is just gone, the industry and that, not just on mobile but in the computer thing. Which I don't really play computer games that much. I basically never play them actually. Age of Empires, which I'm terrible at, but I haven't played that much this year. But I mean, browser games, I sometimes play agar.io, but I don't play that heaps, and yeah, that's a browser game, which is not quite the same as Steam games and stuff like that. But yeah, I think that because it just seems so much, and it sort of is like kind of like a Pandora's box. Like once they figure out these techniques, then they'll keep using them, and why wouldn't they use them? Sort of thing, unless they get a lot of pushback and actually lose revenue in that. But as long as the whales are spending, technically that's all they really need and care about, other than the value of all those free players, and that they'll keep the game higher in the charts, which means they're more likely to get more whales, sort of thing. It's crazy that it was half a decade ago since the Finland trip. That's insane. That is actually insane. So much has changed since then. So much has changed. There's just so many things I want to talk about. It's hard to. I have written a list. That's right. And Root Land. So Root Land finally had an update in about June after huge amount of time with nothing. Huge amount of time with. I really want to read the chat, but then I also want to talk about the things that I've got in my mind right now. I'll just finish this topic and then I'll come back to the chat and then I'll continue. So they finally got an update after ages and ages and ages, months of nothing and that. Because it's also been almost 2 years since Everdale was killed. I sort of like think surely it should be about to come out, but it's also like I kind of think they may have killed it. But if they killed it, they definitely should say. So I don't know. But it's like, how the heck has it been 2 years when it was already in a good state, and it's been 2 years and it's still not out? It's like, so I'm not sure what's happening with that. I don't think there's been any updates on that game. Yeah, but it's been a long time. But yeah, so Root Land, so they finally have an update. But then they sort of, which people were excited about, and they added a couple of things in there. But then they also kind of screwed it up because they made this thing, this like duckweed, this seaweed, no, I'm not sure, something weed on the water. And so it used to take like 11 seconds or 16 seconds. Now it takes 2 hours in that. But then the company hasn't, I don't think, balanced the thing in the game. So it's still like, I think costs the same amount of coins, but you also have the same amount of tasks with it, which then just really stuffs up the balance in terms of how it works in that, which maybe they should have always put it at the higher amount, but I don't know. It just really messes with things. Or because they could have that, you could get way more of it. So okay, it will take 2 hours, but you get like 50 of it. But it's just like the same amount, but like really hard to get. And so there's a lot of people that came out on, I think, Reddit and were really unhappy with it. Which I was genuinely on Google reviews, and I was amazed that many people still playing it. I was genuinely surprised. I was trying to research a company, and I found one that had like an earnings page, and it like reckoned that they made like 30,000 euros per year, 22, 23, 24, which isn't much at all. Yeah, but so that update really didn't help much, and so I'm not sure. But I see that in the credits it used to say there was 3 people, now it says there's 6 people working on it and that. And they say it's on one hand it seems like they're getting like a bigger team, and I tried looking up the people and some of them they've had gaming experience in that. So on one hand it's like maybe they're expanding it and then they're going to get it global in that, but I'm not sure. Like they could either kill it. There's like sort of 3 options. Like they could either just kill it, or they could release it global. And releasing it global, either they just release it global on the current under second leap and then just like push it lots, or they'd kill it and then re-release it yet another time, because it used to be Moose Woods and then it's gone to this, and then they'd release it yet another time. But currently the state of the game is not great. Like, most of my clan is just, like, I think 2 of them are maybe maxed. They've got to level Island 16 and they just don't play anymore because there's sort of nothing to do. Yeah, but and they also, I think they upped the gem price, because it used to be, I think Supercell said it, with the 14,000 gems for $125, I think it used to be in about 2015, 2016. But then they upped it to $169 as New Zealand, and now it's $199 in that. And so I see that in the game now, in Root Land, it now costs $199. However, there's still a heap of items. It's sort of a weird game where if you just made one purchase of $199, you could buy almost all the animals and really super beneficial stuff that would help so much. And then you could kind of max your account reasonably fast with all those animals. So but then if they're going to kill the game, it's sort of no point. So I'm sort of waiting to see what they do with the game. But yeah, okay, so there's that game. But they've also added in, like, it seems kind of like pay-to-win type features in that. Like, they've got one thing in Rootland now. It's like a piggy bank. And you have to collect all these coins in that. And then, and so I realized, wait, you have to collect all these coins, like in-game stuff. And then it gives you... Then you have the option to pay $5 for the deal. It's like, what the heck? That's next level, like, monetization. Like, you have to work for the opportunity to pay them $5. I'm like, what? Like, that's crazy. Like, I thought if I got the coins, maybe that meant I got to just unlock it. Instead, it was either $5 and that. I'm like, oh yeah, that's kind of reasonable. No, it was, you get all these coins, and then you're allowed to spend $5 to pay them for this deal, which probably wasn't even that good. It's like, what? Even if it was good, that's still so weird. But it's like this psychology of really trying to make you get that first purchase in that. And the more I realize the game they're playing, I'm like, oh, I see how it is. And it makes me even more hesitant to not spend money on games. I've never really spent that much money on games. I'd say, with the exception, and this is still not that much, really, with the exception of, for the intent of doing well in the game to then get an income return on YouTube and that, which failed, but kind of, yeah, I mean, it didn't pay itself off, to put it that way, but I did do well, so that was specifically Rush Wars, that was Everdale, that was Heyday Pop, and that was Clash Mini. Those 4 games, oh, and Battlelands I did spend a bit as well. Those 5 games, there's maybe 1 or 2 others I'm not remembering, but I spent on those games in that. About 1,000 on Rush Wars in that, which is a lot of money, but then the more I hear about how much people spend on games, I'm like, it's actually not that much money. But other than for those things, I actually haven't spent that much. I reckon I've spent, I think, I might be wrong, but I think less than $500 in 10 years, or since I was born. I have not spent that much money on games, really, at all. I spent a little bit on Clash of Clans, maybe $200, but I just really haven't spent that much money on them and that. And it's sort of a tricky thing, because on one hand, in Heyday, I was very free to play player in that. And to Supercell's credit, I was still taken on as a creator in that, despite advocating free to play. But my position was, it's fine if you spend money on games, and it's fine if you don't. And I still hold that position. I still hold that position now. But then the more I learn about the manipulative methods that companies are using, I'm like, I'm very much against spending in that. But that said, I don't know, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one, because because all these games are getting killed, so of course, like, you need people to spend. Because then, I liked the old days, though, when you'd pay, like, $30 for a game, and then it was yours. You know, I like that model, rather than the subscription-based model, or you can pay really well to do good at the game. I remember in Infinite Galaxy, I was leader of a clan, and I didn't spend money on it, but I'm pretty sure there's members in my clan that were, and I actually got, like, really stressed about it, because, like, I was trying not to have wars with other teams and that, but they'd be threatening wars unless you move out of this zone, and it's like, and then, like, my members were getting attacked. I'm like, oh, this is so flippin' stressful, man, because these people are then just gonna, like, lose, like, they spend all this money on their account, and it's just gonna get, like, wiped because they get attacked. And it's such a like horrible, like when they're trying to monetize people against each other. So they're trying to tap into your feeling of feeling like really bad and stink if you're doing badly in the game. And so it's like, fine, I'll spend all this money and then I'll be the strong one in that. I'll fight that other player in that. And then you have two players escalating and spending money fighting each other. It's like the devs just sitting there going, this is awesome. While these two players are running down their accounts. And then like, some people have the money to do it. Like Ukid Umit, one of the top players in Heyday. I think he had the money to do it. George Yo, seem to have the money to do it from Clash of Clans, but then there's people that don't, and so it's I don't, because the thing is, you can't, like, if like I go to like a movie sometimes, not often, but like it's $10 or $20 in that, and if someone gets the same amount of enjoyment or more enjoyment from spending that money on a game, then I can't blame them. Like, sure, go ahead, you know, that's fair enough. It's because it's sort of like, somewhat, I mean, I'm for, you know, it's somewhat subjective in that. I mean, I'm for socializing in that, which games aren't necessarily as social in that as going to a movie in that, especially if it's certain games where it's single player or in a game but you don't interact with others, but they can be really social in that. The clan features can be really cool and people can make lifelong friendships within that. So yeah, I think but it's crazy how I think spending is okay in games. I think it is fine, but then I'm also very against pressuring people to spend in that, and I think it's fine to play games for free, but then on the other hand, it's also sad that so many games keep shutting down because they can't make enough profit in that, and you sort of see why the ones that have succeeded and done well have become so focused on profits in that, meanwhile other cool games just haven't lasted in that, and it's a real tricky thing. Also, to stream now has started to cost more. Because not only has Restream upped it massively in the last, like, a year or two ago, but also now Twitter is now requiring you to pay money or to get to be X Premium to stream on them. So the cost of streaming is going up, which is changed. It's changed from sort of back in the day in 2019. In 2019, there's very few people, as far as I was aware, using this thing. I can't even remember why I decided to do it, but I'm glad I did. And I like looked up all these different platforms. I think it took ages to do, and I found as many as I could, and then I went live on 10. I think it was 10 platforms on the first time, and since then multiple ones have shut down or gone bankrupt, and a few new ones have come by. But it's not, they don't last very well. Which is not a good sign, unless it's sort of, because it costs so much to stream. I talked about that one, another, like, for the streaming companies to host your stream if it's a real popular stream. But we had like there's one called like Streamcraft or something that was there once, and then that's gone. Then you had Mixer, that's gone. You had Mob Crush, that's gone. It's still listed there, but it's gone. And then you've had other ones that have popped up, like Trovo's come in 2020, and you've got Periscope went, but then was replaced by this, and then you got Kick, but I don't know how well they do it, and then you got Rumble now. But I don't know. I reckon there's definitely going to be at least another one or two of them that go. I reckon the ones most probable of going are D-Live or Trovo and Kick. I reckon, or Nemo TV. Oh, and then there's a Freak TV. I don't know. That one's popular in South Korea, though. But the ones that do last are sort of ones propped up by the massive companies. So even if they are losing money, it's still sort of like worth it because it overall keeps people on their platform, sort of thing. Which is Facebook, Meta. Then you got Amazon, which is Twitch, and YouTube is Google. And this is why I'm only streaming on 2 today. And I would stream on that, whereas my preference was Twitter and that, because it keeps a record of it. So then, but we got 6 watching here. Now we've got 6 there. Yeah, I'm only streaming on 2 platforms today, because I then would have to pay more money in that to stream on more, and it was like $80 a month to stream on like most of these. I think it was like 8 or something of them, because it was like, that's the monthly, but then you had for the 4 channels. But if you did 8, which included this one here, which is Rumble, it costed a lot. So the cost of streaming is going up. But I also don't blame the companies, because it does cost them to do it. So if they can make it profitable, Elon can make Twitter profitable. That's awesome. That's necessary. But also then it's going to be they're not going to get that many new people starting to stream on Twitter. They'll have less people than otherwise. But up to him, fair enough. But if the other companies do it, that will sort of be the end of Restream. I mean, I'm already not really doing it because you have to pay the Restream like $80. It used to be way cheaper. like half that price, but it's gone up a lot. But yeah, and it's just sort of a shame. It's a real shame that the games that I covered didn't work out, because I would love to. I just watched a video back of me playing Clash and Go, which was a real cool location-based game. And I was so enthusiastic about it. This was in 2018, and I still would be in that, but it's just so many things went wrong. Some of the games I covered got killed, and then my YouTube channel got banned, and when it returned, it was so impeded. Yeah, it's been rough, but so it's a shame it didn't work out. Okay, I'm gonna read back the channel here. Oh, little CJ, good to see you here, man. I'm real late reading back these. Survived COVID #5. Nervous for high school. Also excited because my dad's best 4 years of his life was interesting. Interesting. Oh yeah, and I responded to your comment about Interstellar, and I enjoyed the movie. I enjoyed the movie. It's very intense. It's very intense. Movies are very interesting. But it's also interesting because like Mudaha, some ordinary gamers, and so who was it? Someone else. Can't remember. I think it was a female. Said that they don't. Or maybe it's just Mudaha, but they don't. They wouldn't watch. They wouldn't watch. Oh, this was to do with the Mr. Beast, the game shows, if the outcome was rigged, because it's sort of like, oh, who's interested in if it's already. But then that's like most movies, like in a sense, because they're just making up a thing. It's not real. Sort of like, yeah, like why are we watching content if it's just people wouldn't watch as much, the ratings would drop if we knew the outcomes were predetermined, and it wasn't interesting. But then at the same time, but yeah, then like movies, it's kind of like predetermined. I don't know, but then it's not the same. It's not the same. But anyway, Interstellar was very intense. It was very interesting. It was. I think it was a very well done movie. 2014. I watched it in 2014 when it came out. I remember I was playing a game in 2014, mobile game, and then an ad for it after I'd watched it, right? It said coming out on a certain date in France. And I think the ad was in French. So it's funny because I'd already watched the movie, and then I think I was getting an ad in French, or for the date that it came out in France, which was like, I've already watched this. But yeah, it was a very intense movie, very thought-provoking. Space is interesting. The International Space Station. I read about it after watching the movie, and that about the collaboration between the Russians and Americans and a few other countries. It's very interesting. It's incredible that I think one of the first guys to walk on the moon, not the first one, not Neil Armstrong, I think it's Buzz, is still alive. It's crazy, all the things, same with like one of the first people to walk on the moon still alive. One of the top chess players, Garry Kasparov, is still alive. And there's like some other areas in life where people from this crazy era of time that achieve some of the coolest things are still alive. And one of the guy who like invented the cell phone or whatnot is either just died or really old. It's crazy. And then I saw a Pew Research poll, and there's US vets from World War II still alive. Of the US vets, there was like 1%. And then it was like 5% from the Korean War, and then it was maybe 40% from the Vietnam War, and then I think the rest were from the Gulf War, which is interesting. Because I'd say that of all those wars, the least I hear about is the Gulf War. Well, I mean, I don't hear about the Korean War much, but I have heard it a bit. I mean, you hear about the Vietnam War lots. And World War II lots as well. But the Gulf War, which is crazy, because the majority of living US vets are from the Gulf War. Like, I think that, meaning like that was their first period of service. I think that was what it was. But I hear very, very little about the Gulf War. My high school is known for being good. Principal has helped school be good. That's good. Genshin Impact. I don't know. It's not my type of game, I don't think. I don't really see the appeal. I saw someone in 2020, and he was playing AFK Arena, and he thought it was awesome. He was really into it. I mean, I don't even really. I don't know. I mean, I did play Ulala Ulala, that game in 2019. I can't believe some of the best games now came out in 2019. Like, same with that. Well, I don't know if the best games, but some of the prominent games are still showing up in the top 200. Like Archio, and it's like I remember when that came out, and Mr. Bullet. I remember when that came out, and there's that other one I just mentioned, which I've already forgotten. But yeah, but the top 200, it's got like the Supercell games, and it's got so many just sort of either scummy games, like those one just cash grab games, or the ones that just heavily advertise. Like, it's such a garbage list of games. Like, well, as in not all the games on the list are bad, but as in it's like there's so many just pretty, but like I couldn't find any in the top 200 that I wanted to play. I thought of that whole list, the one that looks most interesting is Heyday, and that. And Heyday has really got depth to it. Like, it seems so simple, but like there's so many different things, like with the trees you plant and the profitability and all this. It was real cool, but then it's also due to the fact that the barn and silo need diamonds. Then the coins are somewhat meaningless. I mean, they added in different things you can spend it on, but most of that stuff's cosmetic. And I mean, obviously buildings and that, and you could say, well, they can make the buildings more expensive, but a lot of people can't figure out how to make coins. But it's like, I wish that you could convert the coins into diamonds, or use coins to buy those items, which you technically always could, but then you couldn't really because you hardly ever see them for sale, which because there was price caps, which I was against price caps, which would then have very much changed the game, very much would have changed the game. But then I thought, so I loved the making coins. It was just so fun. It just drew me to the game. I just loved it. But it was just like, there's no point making millions and millions and millions of coins. I mean, I was level 50 something or 60 something, and I ended up 61. But like, I had like 3 million coins. People were like, how do you have that many coins in that? And although that I still need, I wonder if Ricky's upgraded that smelter. I remember seeing it in maybe 2020 or something, and I was like, no way he had one of his smelters. No, he hadn't bought the 5th smelter. I thought it was the most like funniest thing, or a very funny thing. Yeah, a very funny thing. But yeah, it was just like, so I could have just kept making millions more coins, but it's just absolutely meaningless, really, if I don't care about the cosmetic stuff, which I don't really, which was just a shame, because I would have loved making more and more and more coins. I forgot what made me think about that. Yeah, it was just such a cool thing. I just loved that part of it. But then the coins they could make Heyday, they still could to this day. They could make it so awesome. They really could. I mean, it's already got such coolness to it, and they could just really make it absolutely epic. And it's sort of crazy because like there's just the ideas for games, the cool games and YouTube videos for that matter are already there, and that it's just about making them. Like Infinite Galaxy has such a cool game component to it. It's really cool. It was really cool, but it's like that was just like this horrible pay to win one, which was just not fun. But it was like such a good game, and it's like, dude, if you made that like far more free to play, it would just be such a winner of a game. Like, there's such cool ideas out there, but it's just they're not like made. No, they are. But it seemed like Everdale, same with Everdale and that. That was such a cool game. And there's just so many games there, but it's like, why are they gone? It's ridiculous. Yeah, because you keep saying that it's fine to be free to play. So those two games were real cool. And a game called Clash and Go, a location-based game that was super fun in 2018. But it's gone, and it's like, it's just annoying because it's like there's such good games. I still can't believe that there hasn't been more breakthrough with the location-based games. And that's like the one thing that like PC can't compete with. Like with mobile, like, you know, World of Tanks, you can do it on the mobile or PC, and people could say, "Oh, the PC's better in that," and it might be, probably is. I don't know. I'm not a fan of all the keybind stuff. I'm not into that. Mobile, I really like mobile, which I don't know. But then mobile, like, people thought, yeah, it was sort of gonna take off. I mean, I don't know. It sort of feels like mobile was stagnated, and then you got if the economy's not doing as well, the spending will go down. Plus, more privacy laws will curtail it a bit, and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just such good games that do exist, and it's like, but yeah, the location based games in that and I think that's such a cool medium because it actually has a health benefit, so it's not just negative per se, and I'd say the gaming isn't just negative in that, but it can, like, if it leads to addiction and that, then that's not good. But if someone's like even if someone was addicted to a location-based game, well, at least their health's gonna be pretty good, probably, if they're having to, like, run all over the city every day. And so it's like, well, then they'll have to be healthy, and not, I mean, technically you could do it anorexic, but probably not. But yeah, like, and so it actually promotes something good. So I think, location-based games have so much potential in that. And as Pokemon Go showed, how, like, crazy amount of people played it. It's like, why won't more games be like that? But I think it's because the game, like, it's hard to make those games, and so it's sort of like most people don't bother in that. They're not really cash grab games, but it's like it's such a, and so I'm sort of optimistic that in the future a game or two will come about. But then, like, basically all of them have shut down except the ones by Nick at Night, not Nick at Night, not Nikatan or whatever that company in Japan is called. Or no, maybe it's not. Maybe no, that's Nintendo. Oh no, I get them mixed up. No, Nintendo's the gaming console thing, but Nike. It might be. It was like founded by an ex-Google guy. Anyway, that company that did Pokemon Go still does it, and Ingress, and another like Peridot. No, not Peridot. Some other game. Those ones are like that's the only company that really is sustained in that. And in that the potential of Shipyard Games. I really did like the Go City. They've sadly shut down. And they had a lot of potential, and that's gone. So that's really not great for the future of location-based gaming. If they couldn't make it work, I mean, with that, you sort of have, it's a much harder arena. Like, you need to know a lot more, and thus you can't try everything. Versus if with basic stuff, sort of everyone tries all the types of games you can try. But with location-based games, it seems like there must be a very high bar, because there's almost no location-based games coming out. But I still would think that there can be one in that. And then, like, in my mind, I've figured out, well, what's the latest iPad Air that would be best for it? What's the latest Apple Watch? What's the latest GoPro? And that if you're going to do, like, a streaming setup and that, or just playing it in that. I mean, there was an iPad that came out recently that is slightly better than the iPad Air that came out in 2022. And so that would, in my view, be the best device possible to use it. I think Dennis Prager uses an iPad Air 2022, I think, in his videos, which I've got that one as well, and that's one I was playing. It's taken a while. Squadbusters on. That took way. I don't know. But it eventually comes. It just sometimes takes a while. Okay. So yeah, I think location-based games have a lot of potential, and because I remember doing that video in 2020, and I had the thumbnails of all of them. Well, not all of them, but some. Well, sort of all the main ones, or that I was aware of. And so since then, some of those ones have stopped. But I really still hold out hope for location-based games. And it'd be cool. I'd compete at it. It'd be so funny if, like, the top player was from New Zealand. That'd be awesome. It certainly has got potential in that, but it just hasn't worked out at the moment. Just not really at all. It's gone very badly with almost all of them killed. And there was also one called Catan, which I wish I'd tried, because it even soft launched in New Zealand, but I didn't try that one yet. Also Minecraft Earth, that one didn't last. I don't know what the issue is, but yeah. And I hope it's not pay to win either. But then there was one called Delta T. Well, it wasn't. I don't know if it was called Delta T, but the company was Delta T or whatever. But that was back in 2018. That was such a good one. I so wish I'd got footage of it, but it wasn't on iOS, and I didn't know how to record on the other device, so I didn't get footage of it. But it was really fun. So there's the potential there. I don't know why the potential isn't blooming. So that, but yeah, then there's that, and then there's the pay-to-win mechanisms added to Root Land, which I was not a fan of, but I'm sort of not sure what's happening with Root Land. Is it going to die? But they've expanded the team to 6, and then they've added in these mechanisms, which is like, okay, that sort of shows the game, but then they need to actually add a heap more stuff to make the game actually work. And it's like, the game's been around for more than just 2 years. That was just since this one, and then before that was another. Yeah, same with Everdale. It would be cool if they released it, but I don't know if they will. And it's crazy how it's soon coming up to 2 years. Then it'll be 2025 soon. I could just keep going. Windows 10 going to be losing support on 14th of October 2025. I remember just a few years ago, it was there was not gonna be a Windows 11, and then oh yeah, it's gonna be a Windows 11, and then oh yeah, we're not gonna support Windows 10 anymore. It's like what the heck? Yeah, I like people were convinced. I thought the company even said it themselves, like we won't be doing Windows 11. I thought, but anyway, Windows 11 is out. I still haven't upgraded to it. I still haven't used it, as far as I'm aware. This computer is actually Windows 10, despite the appearance of Windows 7. But yeah, I've used almost all the versions. Well, no. All the versions since Windows XP. Yeah. Right, because my first one was about, it was either Windows 95 or Windows 98, and more likely it was Windows 98. And that was a cool experience in Windows XP. My parents' computer, Windows Vista, my grandparents' computer, which I actually made the first few thumbnails for this channel on that computer. And then Windows, I never actually had much time with Windows 8, if any. Windows 7, my laptop was Windows 7, had a lot of time with Windows 7, liked Windows 7. And I guess the school computers would have been Windows 7 too. Yeah, they would have been, because prior to 2015, have to be. Oh, no, technically they could... No, actually, probably at school. I probably did a bit of Windows 8, to be fair. And then Windows 10, then there's Windows 11. So, yeah. And Xbox 360 has also finally been killed after 18 years. I almost bought one in 2014. I was going to go down to the warehouse, a shop in New Zealand, to get one. I almost got it, but because I wanted to play Minecraft, but didn't end up getting it. And now the console is gone. I used to play Windows PlayStation 2. Played SSX, Rally Fusion, and that banana game, monkey game. Party Time, Party World, Jungle Party, Buzz. That's right. So that was a good time. There was PlayStation 2, and I played PlayStation 1 a tiny bit, Bandicoot's Crush, but never advanced from there to PS3, PS4, or PS5. Yes, it was those two things. I'll keep reading the chat, and then I'll continue. Tried festivals as well. Never had a chocolate bar like that before. I'd like, my analysis of it, like, I enjoyed it, but I didn't think it was, like, spectacular. Like, it wasn't better than it was, I don't know, it was about, it was like average, but as an average, the term average doesn't mean average anymore. Like, if a business has 2.5-star reviews, I ain't going to that business. You know, or if, the food was pretty average, it normally means not that great. Well, I mean, that's true, it is not that great, but as an, at most of your food is average on average. Kind of. As in, like, it was enjoyable, but it wasn't like out of the blue sort of thing. But it wasn't bad either. But I'm more a dark chocolate guy. I like dark chocolate. Like to minimize that sugar, basically as much as possible. But then I also don't want to have too much lead in my chocolate or too much caffeine either. But I like to, like, the main bar, in New Zealand we've got Cadbury and we've got Whittaker's, the other two brands. And so the main bar's only got to 70 and 72. Yeah, 70 for Cadbury, Old Gold, and 72 for Whittaker's. But those ones are still pretty sugary, but still sweet. I have the Whittaker's one as Scroggin on tramps / hikes in New Zealand. And then I still also sometimes have Mora bars, even though they're much sweeter. But yeah, so then also you can get Lindt, which is around the world Swiss chocolate. And then that one they go like, I think 85, 90, and 95 and 99. The 99 is just, I'll eat it, but it's sort of just a little bit not sweet enough. There's only about maybe 2.9 grams of sugar in that. It's just under 3 grams per 100 grams. So it's very, very small sugar content, which is good. But sort of I'd settle for like 90 or 95%. Zaxby's. What's Zaxby's? Yeah, it was very popular as well. 1.3 million. No Spin News by Bill O'Reilly. That's doing pretty well as well. He might be getting in JD Vance soon. That's right. But yeah, so much has happened since I last streamed in that. I'll just quickly go over that real briefly. So I went to a conference in the North Island. I do like the one time I fly a year in that. But I think flying's cool. I love flying in that. I really do love flying. And I love travel. I really love travel in that. And yeah, I'm not a fan of packing in that. But then you know what I do? I simply don't pack. I do pack a little bit, but I'm just sort of like, oh yeah, this bag will do, and oh yeah, we'll get that and that. Yep, we're sorted, and then we don't have to worry about packing. It actually works fine with this North Island trip, because I live in the South Island, the North Island. I'm only there one night. So I book a hotel for one night, $177. That's New Zealand dollars, but that's still like, I do not like paying that much money. But anyway, go to it, and so it's like the one trip a year that I like going on. Yeah, it's the whole, because I hear so much about the flights and environmental stuff and that. Yeah. It's a weird one. It's a weird, and I reckon that there's like a small percentage of people who do most of the flying. Like there'd be a heap of people that would never fly in them. I fly infrequently in that, but yeah, but it's like it is very much like if you sort of, I don't know, it sort of definitely could be taken as if you fly you're a bad person type messaging in that. It's not. It's just like that. It's so bad for the environment, so terrible for the environment and that. But it's so isolated from the yeah, I think it's so isolated from the overall picture in that. Like if you're gonna have to talk a serious conversation about climate change, you need, and global warming, you need to talk about China. But I don't hear a lot of talk about China coming from a lot of the people saying this is the number one issue. It's like, we're gonna talk about China? No, don't want to talk about China. I mean, yeah. It was even a clip of Greta Thunberg, and there was like I'm not sure, it was like, not Abiy Yemen, but it might have been from like Rebel News from Australia, like, and they're like, are you gonna call out Russia for their use of all the fossil fuels and that? And she's just like, nope, and just smiled and that. It's like, well, at least she's honest, but it's like, it's not an honest conversation if you're not talking about those other things and that. And then there's the whole thing about, well, yeah, like, put like in Christchurch, they're putting up all these speed bumps and very anti-cars and sort of thing, and you know, you're a bad person if you use this you know, like a car too much and all. And then it's like, well, are we going to talk about Davos? We're going to talk about all those planes, those private jets and that. Yeah, it's very, yeah. Anyway, I think flying's real cool. I love flying. Yeah, we've only got 2 airlines in New Zealand, which isn't great, and one of them has 86% of the market share in New Zealand, government-controlled airline, or government-owned in that. Yeah, maybe privately run, I'm not sure. But, I mean, they didn't point someone that then... It makes a profit, which is rare, but it's an airline that has 86% market share, so what do you expect? But, yeah, we got 2 airlines in New Zealand, not a fan of either of them, but, yeah, it's one of the worst, and because we have 2 main supermarkets as well, but I'd way rather have a third airline than a third supermarket. With the supermarket stuff, you can go get meat at butchers, you can go get fruit and veg stores, but with an airline, if you need to go somewhere, you haven't really got much option when you got 2 airlines, and both charge quite a lot. You sometimes can get cheap flights in that, and I try and book well in advance. Anyway, so I went on this trip to the North Island now, and really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed the trip. Went to the conference. Actually, before I do that, I will just. So I was playing. I think I was playing. I just read my thoughts. This was my thoughts. So I was playing the, what's it called, Squadbusters and that. And I was playing it and that, and then just on the 30th of June, then I just said, I didn't even feel like playing Squadbusters today. I'm so over it. I think I'll just do a stream on Monday to show season 2 and quit. Because I'd been thinking for a while. I'm like, oh well, I can see, because after I think the last stream, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna push to be a top 100, New Zealand player and push my way up there. And then I was just so sick of playing it. It was with that ice event where you had to get all the things, and I played so many hours, and I still wasn't even gonna make it. And I'm just like, this is just so ridiculous. And I'm just so over this game. And so I just stopped and haven't played since. So it's been over a month since I've played. I haven't played since June. And I just thought, nah, I'm quitting this. And I'm so glad I didn't spend any money on it. That I really do think it is pay to win. Especially with those key things. You can't have that in a game. And I think that's pretty clear. I mean, it's overstepping the mark. Like, sure, there's the, idea potentially in it that we don't want to make it too skill-based in that. But you can't do that. Like, it's just so blatant that, I mean, the game clearly hasn't worked. There's just so many people just haven't have just quit. I don't know how the rating went from 2.7 up to like 4.5 or something. It's not like the game fundamentally changed in that. I don't know why that happened or what caused that to happen. It didn't make sense to me. There was in the whole this so anyway, but that was me, and so I was like, I'm done with this game, and I was gonna do a real brief stream before I went to this conference, just saying, hey, look, here's the leaderboard. I've decided to quit. It just felt too pay to win, and I was just sick of the game. I just wasn't enjoying it, and yeah, it's just built wrong in that. So anyway, that was so I wish I'd just done that way back then. Anyway, here we are, over a month later, and I'm finally doing I'm quitting the squadbusters thing. But I gave it a good shot, and I did make it into the top 100 New Zealand players. We covered it intensely at the start, and we did pretty well. No, I don't know. Do we do pretty well? For free to play, yeah, I think we did. I think we did all right. I'd say I was better than average, but not substantially better than average. But I tried, and we did all right, but it sort of didn't feel great. And it wasn't just because just because on Rush Wars I paid money in that. There was one of the top players in Rush Wars, according to them, that they hadn't spent any amount of the game, and they were doing really well. And I'm sure I could have done really well as well. It didn't help that I wasn't able to do it in the beta, but it's sort of just, yeah. I'm done with the game, and so I haven't played it for over a month, and I don't intend to start again. I mean, maybe they'll change it and make it really good. I mean, they'll sort of need to, otherwise they're just gonna have this blop of a game that just looks real bad. Yeah. So then I went to this North Island event. And it was really good. They had great speakers in from the US, from Australia. And then I was like, there's just so many more important issues in the world than Squadbusters. But I mean, it's not a, like, that's not a, as in, it's fine to have a game that you really enjoy, and it's fine to play games in that. But as in, it was just sort of, the event gave me some perspective in that, because I mean, spending a lot of time on Squadbusters and really trying to, and there's like, actually, there's a lot of things in this world that need a lot of attention, that are important, in that, which it's not actually, it isn't connected to gaming in that. It's not to say like, well, then you can't game. No, gaming is fun and cool and can be social, can be competitive, can be awesome, but also, if one just only focuses on gaming and then just doesn't care or blocks out all this other stuff in the world that's really important, that's really not healthy either. Not that I was doing that, but as in, it just gave me perspective, like, oh yeah, there's things in this world that, need to, in New Zealand, in the world, in my life, that need to get attention. So anyway, that was the event, which I was really glad to go to. And then about 10 days later, then, guess it don't matter. Yes, I don't need to worry about demonetization for keywords and that. Anyway, 10 days later, Trump gets shot. Pretty shocking. Well, yes and no. Yes, it was shocking. And it was so cool. Fight. That was awesome. But also, it sort of doesn't surprise me that, because I was talking to someone. I talked like about a month or two ago, and he said it would not surprise me if there's an assassination attempt on Trump, and that, and so and it happened. Which, I don't know. It's not that surprising. I mean, what is surprising is just how it happened. Like, that was wild. Like, the failure on so many fronts, that guy got so close, and there was just so many, like, missed opportunities. Like, the drone stuff was faulty, yeah, and he'd done a drone and had been there a week earlier, and he appeared to have either had the gun on the premise or had it in his backpack, and that, and they didn't have a guy on that roof. Even though they spotted the guy, like, before he did it, before he started shooting, they weren't the law enforcement, Secret Service weren't talking to each other, and all these things went wrong, and that. But I'm so glad he survived. I mean, that was close, man. That was close, and that, and so that was intense. That was massive. So I watched the footage of that, or read about footage and articles about that for every day for the 7 days after it. There was more information coming out, little bit by little bit, which I was following closely. And then there was, of course, the Republican convention, which was interesting to watch. I didn't watch heaps of it, but I watched some of it. I watched the Trump accepting the nomination. Of course, J.D. Vance is the VP. I first heard of him in 2022 in the midterms. But then I think that Rubio will get a position, and Vivek will get a position, and Scott will get a position. Bill O'Reilly reckons that also. He did a video like saying the other ones he reckons, and I think he'll be right. So that was quite, and then finally the Secret Service director resigned. So that was quite a lot that went on. What else was I going to mention in my list? What else has gone on? Oh yeah, I dislocated my shoulder, but that has, I think, come right. So I haven't played it for a month. Went to the event. And Biden stepped down from running, pulled out of the race. That was quite big as well. That was and it was sort of crazy. Yeah, I mean, it shows in my view that the Republicans were right, because it's like, this is what the Republicans were saying for months in advance, or longer, and then. But then that Biden still democratically had the majority of votes, overwhelming amount of votes, just 2 or 3 months ago, or before he pulled out. So it's like most people voted for him in that. When there was other options, like that Dean Phillips guy, he was another option, but he didn't. Or RFK, but they didn't get anywhere in terms of that. So it's like the majority of Democrats voted for Biden just recently in that. And then it's like, well, he's no longer. It's like, well, and then they sort of. Then it's questionable about how democratic it is to then we just pick the new one and that kind of. But then I mean he did have her on the ticket and that, so it's kind of it's linked. It's not like an entirely new option in that, but the majority voted for Biden, and then he's not. And Vivek was right. He said way back he said a lot of stuff right. He was like, tell us who's the real nominee, and he was right. So yeah. That was, but yeah, the Republicans were right on that issue. Oh yeah, the Olympic opening, Predatory game strats, and then that was, just wanted to mention those things. Oh yeah, I read some Pokemon Go stats, and then there's the whole Mr. Beast thing right now that's really blowing up. With the guy Top Dog 44, I think it is. I'm not sure what his name is, but making allegations against Mr. Beast, and then some ordinary gamers has been covering that. There's been a lot of people covering in that, but I think Mr. Beast's reputation is definitely going to take a hit from this. Some pretty serious allegations in there, but yeah, that's that. Oh yeah, Squadbusters are going to be coming out in China with a 5v5 mode as a beta test thing. That's interesting. Who knows what will happen? I mean, there's a good chance then that will then get added to the main one. But that's really interesting that they're doing that. 5,000 people get to test that. Also, there's some Squadbusters stats, some real stats. I'll get them up shortly, which match the ones that I did. But they've got the actual data now from the whole top 1,000. I read some Pokemon Go stats, and they were insane. Like the Purdue University, Perdue, Perdue, Purdue. There we go, Purdue Chicken, David Perdue. Okay, anyway, they Sonny Perdue, they did some research. They reckon there was like 200 plus people dying from Pokemon Go on average, or from the thing. I was like really surprised. I couldn't believe, and they reckon it caused like thousands of car crashes. From what I understood of it, I was pretty shocked. It was just on the page of the thing, of Pokemon Go Wikipedia page. So that was interesting. And then there was the whole AI thing. Because then there's, AI with the art, AI with music. Gabby Bella, she did a really interesting video on it, talking about it. I don't know. It's just such she does it in such like a relaxed style in that, but actually gets really interesting information and links in heaps of different things, like this product called Microsoft Recall, which takes a snapshot of your computer every 5 seconds, which then you can locate stuff easier, but then it also is a security threat potentially because they're all stored in a file in a folder in the same place. So there's that. And then there was, oh yeah, and then they're using content. They're using YouTubers' content, and I found there was a heyday video that was used in that. None of my videos, according to this list, there was a lot of videos used in it. Thousands of videos. There was about, oh, was it? I can't remember. It was thousands of videos, but one heyday video was used in it, as well as PragerU videos, and a Clash Clans one that only had 63 views, to then train stuff, and then there's a whole lot of questions about, well, is that legal, that they can then use that content to then train AIs and that. I mean, I don't think it's going to stop them. I mean, yeah, like Facebook was sued and successfully sued for, I think, 1.4? 1.2? 1.4, I thought it was. $1.4 billion in Texas by Ken Paxton, Attorney General Ken Paxton. I hear his name so much. I reckon I hear his name more than any other state attorney. I reckon I hear his name more than all the other state ones combined. I've heard of him so much. Ken Paxton of Texas. And he almost got removed at one point, but not quite. And so he sued Facebook because they passed this law like in 2009. I don't know if they even knew, or just sort of like random. They're sort of just like, oh yeah, we should probably just make a law against this and that, saying that you can't get facial recognition off citizens and that. But Facebook, I think, did it anyway. And then now they've been successfully sued for $1.4 billion. They're going to pay it off over the next 5 years. Which is like, that's wild. And then Google, Ken Paxton's going to sue Google next, I think. Which is, it's real rare to hear these companies actually getting pinged. Okay, let's keep reading the chat. 10 during the pandemic. 4 years ago, 14. Man, so it'll be 2025. That's wild. How many hearts there were for what is, because they used to have that feature way back with like with Periscope and with one called Camcord as well. Flying cars made. Don't think it'll happen. It's interesting how technology's developed in that, but I am very sus of Big Pharma in that. Technically, both sides are sus of Big Pharma, because Kamala Harris is sus of Big Pharma, and so is the Republicans. So yeah, like Big Pharma, the pharmaceutical companies. But I definitely believe there's an incentive for them to avoid finding the cures in some case. I mean, if there's like a cure that they could patent and sell for a lot of money, I don't know, but this very hard, because if they do that, then the public would get very unhappy if there's all these people dying and they could easily produce it, but then they're saying, well, we'll pay to need it and we want lots of money for it. But I definitely think that there'd be things that they would not want to find a cure for. Which is funny because there's the Seventh-day Adventists. They have long lifespans, and they have a community in California that does in a blue zone. I think they do. And yeah, they are against like sugar and against all these things, and it's like, you think that like they would be hated by a lot, like the big sugar companies and that, like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and all that, and also like that they're not like, they haven't got anything to really gain from that. It's not like, for example, that like all these people lie to you, but buy my supplements. My supplements are really good. And it's just sort of like, because they ran a course in New Zealand called CHIP, and it's CHIP, Complete Health Improvement Program, and that, and they just teach you how to be real healthy in that. It's like $300, which isn't bad. It's like a 6-week course in that, and then they teach you about all sorts of lifestyle and health things in that, and they don't try to get you to be a Seventh-day Adventist. I'm a Christian. Seventh-day Adventist is a denomination of Christianity, one of the notable differences is that they worship on the Saturday rather than the Sunday. So, but yeah, and so it's like they haven't got incentive to lie about that. Yeah, and I think that a lot of things come back to who has the incentive to lie, and also censorship in that. Normally, almost always, the people in favor of censorship are the ones who are lying. But yeah, so because it's like they'll just technically be creating lots of enemies in that. They probably don't think about it, but they probably fear God more, which is good. And they're just like, yeah, sugar's not good for you. You should try and reduce your sugar intake in that. Yeah, so I think it's just cool because they just say all this stuff. One of the things the things in New Zealand media that I least expected was the stuff.co.nz did a whole documentary about China, the CCP. Well, no, about China's influence in New Zealand there. I never expected that. I'm just genuinely I'd say that's probably one of the biggest things that I've sort of been like shocked about in 2024. But from most people would have no idea who stuff.co.nz. It's a New Zealand media outlet which normally publishes left-wing stuff in that, and yeah, I think unfairly portrays good people, and unfairly goes after good people. However, and so that's why I was really shocked when they like started doing this whole documentary about China's influence on New Zealand. I'm like, what? Oh, you actually taking on someone for real this time? Like someone that actually, yeah. I was like, really, that actually is a potential threat to them, and someone that will not be happy. Well, I mean, no one's happy when you get negative coverage of that, but like you're actually taking on like a real threat for once. So I was really surprised. I'm really surprised. I still don't trust them, but I'm like, wow, you did that. Interesting. So New Zealand's in a really weird position now because then there's pressure on like the Prime Minister to be like, yeah, we don't want China to be negatively influencing our elections. And then our Prime Minister Luxon, he was meeting in the US, met with Newsom and I think Ted Cruz, a couple of others in that. But New Zealand's got a real like weird relationship with China because they're our biggest exporter and our biggest importer. But then the New Zealand's aligned with the US, kind of like part of the Five Eyes, but then not like formally or diplomatically. And then there's this military group called AUKUS, and then there's like talk about a Pillar 2, in which, because New Zealand is very anti-nuclear, so like doesn't want nuclear ships here. I'm pro-nuclear myself. I think nuclear power is great, but it's not. I don't think that's the majority opinion in New Zealand. Put it that way. But yeah, so yeah, so then there's like the like, does New Zealand talk about the Uyghur people in China, and so it's sort of like this real awkward thing because like we're not, like, Australia is like very allied with the United States and that, and we're very allied with Australia, so it's sort of weird because we're indirectly connected to the US, but then we're also, China's our biggest trading partner in that. But then if New Zealand then were to speak out against China in that in a more like in an Australia equivalent way, then maybe we'd lose trade in that. And there's the debate like, well, is it in New Zealand's interest to do that and then lose economic trade? I personally think it's worth it, but that's the debate. Lots of people don't. Anyway, that's that. How do we get onto that? Never thought I'd be able to chat with people in the UK and New Zealand, US. Mr. Beast, he does. Most subscribers. PewDiePie, he did it. I think he did it through his own effort, and then he retired at a good time. Heyday, I'm mostly free to play. Nice. Free to play in all games. SuperSight, you and DLive, just the two of them, because it's free to do it on two of them. If it was one, then you wouldn't even use the service Restream. So they have an incentive to offer at least two, because otherwise then people wouldn't use it. There's no point. But it's not really worth it either with two, because like almost no one watches me on DLive anyway, and then DLive deletes recording after 14 days or 7 days anyway. So it's sort of like there's not really much point in doing this, and then it's sort of there's not really any point in doing it through Restream. Might as well just do it directly to YouTube. But then I don't want to. I don't just want to be streaming to YouTube. That's the thing. Like, that's just symbolically kind of bad, because then I'm back to what I was originally doing, which is that to YouTube and that. But it's just I still find it so sad that it just didn't work out. Like, the games that I covered got killed, even though I'd done reasonably well at them, and it's just such a shame, because this could have all been so different. At the same time, it's sort of like, hopefully there's just sort of something better for me to do instead of this YouTube online stuff, but I haven't found that thing yet. And like an opportunity that works really well with my skill set and matching that. It's yeah, it's just a shame that this didn't work out. But I didn't want to be, and I don't want to be famous. But I think you can achieve a level of success on YouTube that's financially sustainable, but not be famous. Sort of like Galadon and that. Like, yeah, he got to 2 million subs or whatever, but it's not like he'd have, like, just masses of people know who he is. Like, most people wouldn't know who he is. And even so many people that subscribe may not even recognize him. And I don't know, a lot of people wouldn't recognize me. Like, you know, if you saw, like, me in 2018 or 2019 or 2020 and that, you're not just going to recognize me in 4 years. Maybe you are if you have a really, really good memory, but most people wouldn't. But you can achieve a level of success. But yes, I was watching a video by Sunny V2 about Tones and I and how the song Dance Monkey. I like the song Dance Monkey, but yeah, how it was really detrimental to her in some ways. Buzz Ultra 94, that's incredible. Christopher Nolan, yeah, that's the guy. Probably the best filmography of all time. Because, yeah, he did Hacksaw Ridge as well. And then he did Mel Gibson. Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking of a different guy. I'm thinking of Mel Gibson. Christopher Nolan. Full Mad. Too Mad. He's dead. It's crazy in 2024. This year. Full Mod. Music for Interstellar is also top tier. Rewatched in July. Have a new appreciation for it. Know several Vietnam War vets. My age vets, nice. Garbage list of games. Yes, though I did like a few of the games. Like 5. Yeah, that was good. But that was, I genuinely believe there's been a shift towards worse games. It's just like either money grab, low quality ones, or like super pay to win, monetized. It just doesn't seem like, I don't think it's just in my mind that that change has happened. Like, even in 2019 when I was doing game review, a lot of those games were like reasonably cool. And I just don't think there's as many as those games coming out anymore. And I think it's sort of like, most of those games that I covered in game review, they just would never get to a profitability thing. So then the dev really doesn't have any option. They can just either leave it or just sort of kill it. Because they can't afford to just keep doing updates to a game if they're not getting a lot of money, and it's very hard to make enough money to make a living off. It's doable, but it's really hard. I see that Google was talking about how they're going to start removing a ton of apps and that, but some people are skeptical because they've said that before. That if they didn't meet the requirements, they'd be removed. There used to be a real cool game on the App Store called Tales of Honor: The Secret Fleet. That was one of my favorite games that got removed. There's a few games that I really liked that got removed. Same with browser games. Pop Tropica. I didn't play Pop Tropica, but that one's still around. Mushy Monsters. That was a great game. And it died actually reasonably recently. I would have done a video of it if I'd known. I logged back in 2017. It was really cool. Really cool. But yeah, I just genuinely think that the list of games is, the games that come out now are worse. Yeah. I think there's been a quality decline. Oh, there was another thing I was going to mention about that. Oh yeah, and then it's so hard to, like, there's just so much news to keep up with in that. But even in the tech world and that, like, you know, the fact that Google's doing that change, the fact there was the Microsoft recall that was happening. There was the Mr. Beast stuff. There was Oh, the Windows 10, that thing. There's just so much like interesting, important news. I don't know. It's just hard to get a filter on that where you hear about all those stories on Xbox 360. It'd just be cool if you had a feed of that kind of stuff, and right. But then it's hard because it's sort of like you could have a feed of like tech news and that, but then there would just be so much stuff, and it's like you don't want to news a feed for that and for politics and this and that and the other. It just becomes way too much. But it's like, why can't I just get like the good stuff and nothing more? And then on Twitter, if you follow like 100 or 200 people, you just have so much feed that you sort of just, at that point, it's not even viable. Like, why are you even following that many people? Because you don't even go through a full 24-hour cycle. You just sort of like, we just look at just snapshots and that. But then it's not a good way to be doing it, because what you really want is you follow if like either just people, like enough people that you can actually look through all their content, or you just have some way of filtering it. So you only get like the top quality content. Like, let's say you get to see like 1 or 2 tweets each, like one tweet of the top of all the like 100 people you follow. You get one of each of their tweets, and that, which is kind of what the original thing is if you're not sorting it chronologically. But then I don't really like that, because then it's just putting all these heaps of random people in there, which is, it is interesting to look through random people, but then it's not a standardized way of, okay, every day I look at Twitter for 15 minutes and I just see the top tweets of the people I follow. And so my usage of it's just really weird. Like, I just won't use it for days, and then I'll like look at it for like 30 minutes, and then it's very inconsistent. And then I end up going to the notifications and looking at the suggested things anyway. It's like, well, then why do I have it on chronologically in that? It's like, I want it to be on chronologically, but then there's just way too many tweets for me to look through. So it's sort of just tricky. Location-based games wouldn't work for kids. I could think encouraging traffic crime, criminals could stalk people to kidnap. Sorry to bring evil into it. I mean, if the parents were with the kids, then the parents could go for a walk and the kids could play it. But yeah, if the kids were just like alone in dangerous places, yeah, it wouldn't work. Interstellar will be on the list of classics when you youngsters get old. Probably will be, to be fair. It's not that many really epic movies that come out. I haven't heard almost anything about Inside Out 2. Like, nothing. Like, it was just like, it's out. I saw like, I think one ad on a billboard advertising it, and no one's talked about it since. Like, nothing. Like, no one's sort of just like weird. It's sort of odd. It's I'll be in the clip of talking about Vans. Weird. Everyone's using the word weird. But it's sort of, yeah, it didn't really seem to have much of a splash. Like, as in, you think, like, if something has a huge impact, then you hear more and more people talk about it. But, yeah. I don't know, people move on real quick. Minecraft Earth footage. I should have done more of it. I only did, I think, 2 videos. And I wish I'd done Catan as well. Although I was banned after... it was sort of... That ban really did kill me covering stuff. I mean, even to be fair, like, after 2019, after Rush was died, I really... and the 24/7 streams hadn't worked out. Rush was dead. Battlelands was declining. Go City didn't take off, and I was just really disheartened at that point, like really disheartened. So then I sort of just took a break for like a month or 2, but when I came back, I didn't really even do games much. I was just doing all this random stuff about like the computer stuff, building a PC. Which that was alright to do, but it just wasn't the typical 2017, 2018, 2019 me of basically just sticking to games, and so I was just doing all this other random stuff, which didn't really get much traction. Until I then had the 24/7 stream, one of them started to really take off. But it's so hard it's just so disheartening when your streams keep, like, either YouTube will take them down, or they'll cut out on your end, or all sorts of different things. Or the monetize, that was streams. Don't give me all monetization, but yeah, it was just crazy. Like, they'd be monetized, and then they get demonetized. You'd say, hey, look, no, this is appropriate for families and that, for advertisers, and then they'd approve it, and then in a few hours they demonetize it again. It's like, you literally just reviewed that. But then I don't know how they can technically review a stream, because arguably they can't predict what's on a stream, so everything in the future, so it would always be demonetized until it's happened, but then until it's happened, well, then almost no one's watching it after it's happened and that. So it's like, well, do you trust the streamer or not? Because either you just have a no, you can't monetize streams policy, or yeah, it's fine. And it was the same content. I wasn't even changing the content. The numbers would just tick over, and then, oh wow, no, we're putting it back on the demonetization list. Yeah. Yeah, when they get to 419 likes. No more likes, no more likes. I don't want to be demonetized. Yeah, but yeah, Minecraft Earth, that was, yeah, I should have done more footage than that, but yeah, I basically stopped covering games after that point, but I definitely could, if I did it going forward, I'd do it on Rumble, but then it'd be very unlikely that it'd take off. However, if it was a game that got a heap of traction in that, I conceivably could take off on Rumble if they started getting indexed in the search results. I was looking at, because there was actually an AI that used training data on me ages ago. I need to remember to show you the videos where you can search up to see if there's people in it. And they had Paul Joseph Watson in it. They had a clip of Alex Jones in it. So they were not excluding people from the thing. Anyway, it's going to show that. Oh man, I keep losing my train of thought. It's real pain. On Windows 10, Windows 11. We still got 6 watching. Show the stats. Oh, it's so annoying when I keep losing my train of thought. Talking about location-based games, Catan, I would have covered it. But it didn't. Oh yeah, that's right. If I did it, I could do it on Rumble. Oh yeah, that's right. So I searched up and they used training. So there was, wait, I can't remember what year it was. Either 2017, 2018, 2019. I think one of those 3 years. I found, and I can't find it in my emails or Discord or anything about like this AI or whatever had, not AI. Well, it may have been AI, but it used training data on me. Like it was talking about Heyday. And it had me in it as part of it, and that, which was really interesting in that, because if there was a thing that was searching the internet for information about Heyday and that, my transcripts were coming really handy for it, and it would probably cite me. It would be so fascinating just see like what's the, yeah, they're actually just in itself, like just Heyday as a case study in that. If an AI was to try and piece together a whole detailed guide and explanation about various elements in Heyday and how to best handle it and all that, and then could just look through the internet, what would it do in that? Because it would have so many potential sources, but I reckon it would definitely heavily source me, and there's a lot of things that I talked about monetary details in the game, like coin strategies and that, then it would focus a lot on me as a source, but it would source like Ricky, it would source the Heyday wiki, it would source all sorts of different things in that. But it'd be really interesting in that and seeing different information that are all collected together in that. Because I'm I think I'm sort of big enough in that I sort of index on search results in that, but also not massive. But yeah, so it was interesting. It was interesting that this thing back when I can't remember what it was, but it was like this AI training sample thing, and it used me as one of the sources in it, or talked about me in the thing, which I thought was very interesting. Because yeah, there's only so many people that have much like authority or information about a topic in that, and a lot of things wouldn't be complete. Like for example, on some games that only, like there was a game or two that only like Royal Rivals, I was the only one that did any videos on it and showed any of those stats. So if it was to then do a whole thing about Royal Rivals, it would heavily have to cite me, other than like this tiny little app store page thing that one other site had made. I'd be basically the only source in that, and so it would have to look through my videos, and it would have to heavily source me for information on the game Royal Rivals, because I was basically the only source and have some of the only footage of the game. Yeah, so there's that. Yeah. Yeah, so because the AI has to sort of figure out and source, but it has a problem because, yeah, the AI, because they're still not doing very well. The AIs, they're not coming out with stuff, but I think it's because, in my view, there's a fundamental difference between Republicans and Democrats. Like fundamentally, like at least one of the sides is lying. And so, but a lot of the politicians themselves downplay it and just say, oh, we just simply differ and all this kind of stuff. It's like, no, it's more than just differ. One of you guys is lying, at least one of you. And if you both just say it's just that we simply differ now, I think you're both lying. But I just think it's huge. But however, if we're pretending that it's just simply that, it's sort of then just the AI is sort of figuring that out, but as in not like they're figuring it out, but as in they have to pick one in that. So then they're sort of either giving a mash between both sources, and it's like if you have two sources in that, but it sort of just treats it all as the same thing, and you've got the Young Turks and you've got PragerU, and then you're giving answers to all sorts of questions. What are those answers going to look like? Like, they either have to just heavily prioritize, like just say, no, this side is just wrong. These answers don't align, and we're just going to stick with PragerU and that, and then just give those answers. Or you just mix the two, in which case you get like inconsistent answers in that. But yeah, I think that I just don't think it's going to work, because it has to sort of pick a consistency route in that, but you can't do that. You can't have both sides like as part of the information data set and then be consistent. Like, at least one of the sides is wrong. I mean, on some issues when you've only got either like binary, well then yeah, it's just one side's right, one side's wrong. But on other issues, you could have multiple positions, and the two main parties could both hold different solutions, which both those solutions are wrong. But yeah, so I think it's trying to do something that it can't. Like, it's trying to be consistent in that. So it's sort of like, if like sort of rewriting history is okay and that, then it's like, well, the founding fathers were black and that, and it's sort of just trying to be consistent along like a left-wing line of route, where it's like, okay, no, we reject the past, and all the statues of the Confederates and so need to come down, and we've got and it's sort of like it's trying to outdo the Democrats and that, but. And it can't understand why people are like, oh, well, that's so bad. No, this guy is terrible in that. But it's like, well, I'm just doing what the Democrats do, but even better, even stronger to the next level. I'm consistently following through with it. Like, if whites are really that bad, well, we got to erase them from our history, and it needs to be changed. And it's like, it doesn't really work in that, because people are like then outraged by it in that. But then the real question is, well, why aren't they outraged by what the Democrat says, the elected Democrat that says that isn't true? That's the real question in that, because it's a computer and it's trying to be consistent and that, and so it then is like, okay, well, I can go along this line, but then it becomes too obvious that, oh, well, yeah, it's definitely lying. But then the question is, well, why is it not obvious that a normal Democrat politician isn't doing that? That's the real question. But it sort of doesn't surprise me at all that the AI is sort of messing this. I mean, I guess this is me thinking that the AI is smarter than what some people think. Some people think, well, it's just got bad data, or it just hasn't been programmed properly, and that's definitely probably part of it. But I think it's just got a fundamental problem where it can't really consistently do it. Like, it has to reject at least one of the sides in that and say, nope, that's definitely wrong, and then just go along that line. But then it's failing to do that, and will continue to fail to do it in that. It's sort of, yeah, to me it's sort of surprising that like the Democrat politicians can hold their position on the border and on crime and all that, and sort of they can do politically well. Like, as in, they can say the things about that which I think are not true, but they still do fine. So the AI is just sort of going off what they're saying, but to a more consistent, or taking it to the next level, and then people are like, whoa, no, you can't say that. It's like, but the AI is just like, if it was thinking, it would be like, wait, what the heck? It's like, it's autistic, and it's like, I'm just doing what they do, and you think that guy's good, and I'm just following through with it. I'm just being consistent. And, I mean, can't do that. Why not? This is what we're doing, right? I think that's part of the problem, and they can't really solve that unless they like rule out, say, yeah, no, actually that information is wrong. But yeah, I don't know. I think AI is going to be funny. It's throwing a spanner in the works. Okay, continuing on. Xbox gamer. Lint 95%, nice. Packing minimalist. Well, yeah, that's a nice way to put it. I'm typically not. I'll get this back on. I'm typically not a minimalist, but with packing, I just, because it's like, I don't need all this stuff. I just want to go. Yeah, it's crazy. I find it crazy that people find it so difficult to travel. Like, I just think travel's awesome. I like traveling. I like the flying. I like going to the places I go to. I mean, flying I find exciting, and I associate with, like, we're going somewhere in that. Even on economy. Although I haven't done a long haul economy flight, so It will be later this year. That will be interesting. That will be interesting. Gotta go now. Thank you for being part of the stream. You probably will have left by now, but thank you for being part of it. For free to play. Balance. Elon finds some time. Yeah, he does really well. He really does. He's a fascinating figure. Fascinating. I share his sense of humor. American politics, so much drama. Yeah, exactly. Who needs fiction? Purdue Chicken is from Georgia. DXG, welcome to the stream, Dominic. I believe many of the scientists in Big Pharma are really looking to help people. I think the upper echelon, maybe the money grabbers, using their research to their advantage. See if the Adventists, well, is healthier than in general. That's a statistical fact. Congratulations, 100 messages. Let's go. Welcome back, Shardlight. Welcome back. It's USA, a Spanish-speaking country. They got many Spanish speakers. Because I thought it was only English-speaking country. It's predominantly English-speaking. English official language. We have a high Hispanic population. Also many Asians. So many different languages. Oh wow, we're basically caught up. Is this game trending? No, it's untrending, downtrending. Everything's trending. The question is, what direction? Squadbusters must be a good game since there's no, that doesn't. Yeah, I've been seeing their ads like on Twitter so many times. Heavily advertised and offering rewards to download. Yeah, how many active? And the active is just dropped according to a couple of graphs I've seen. Could have AI categories, conservative AI, liberate, wild AI. Visiting other countries is fun. Okay, I'll just check if I've gone through everything on my list. Oh yes, Pokemon Go, China. But yeah, AI is concerning location-based games. When I quit, yeah. Also streaming. Yeah, okay. So what are we going to? I'm going to, why am I still using Chrome? I sort of use a mix of them. Use Brave. I always use Brave on my phone, but on this I've sort of got some tabs here and logged in with them. Okay, what are we looking at? What are we looking for? Squad, yeah, Squadbusters, and what was that other thing I was gonna... Oh, your location-based game, that's right. Location-based games. Boop. And then we'll go to the... there we go, yeah, do that, yeah. And then... Squadbusters stats. There it is. Okay. Boop. SuperSight for New Zealand president. They don't have a president yet, and I definitely would not want to be the president or the prime minister. I just want good people in. I'll support good people. I wouldn't want to, nor would I be good at it. You could have streams of SuperSight talks. I don't think most people are interested. I definitely hold a minority view in New Zealand on a lot of issues. Okay. Boop. NZDF says kill web, not a term they use for exercises. Tencent. 168. Air New Zealand explains its airfares after it cost almost 2,000 to fly domestically. That's wild. I read about it. It's for two people and it's slightly under. Oh wow. Chris Lynch. He is onto stuff in Christchurch. He definitely covers new Christchurch stories. He's from Christchurch. Well, it lives here. Yeah, it's not cheap. Okay, over here. So, location-based games. These are some of the ones. That was the one that I had on my logo, and that one. Did I have that one at that time? I don't know. Yeah, that's another one by. So yeah, so this one here is actually one that isn't by them that's working. That's actually a good sample of. Yeah, that one's shut down. Minecraft Earth is shut down. Catan World's shut down. Shadow Cities is shut down. Okay, here we go. So this here, there's actually a better list, a better old list. If you go view history, and then you look for, and sometimes the ones in foreign languages are better. So yeah, that like this guy removed a whole heap. So you look at that version here, and it's got a few more or whatever. But yeah, so release date. So a lot of them in 2019. Minecraft Earth, gone. So many of them gone. But this company here, Niantic. Oh, Niantic. But yeah, so they have Ingress that's worked, Pokemon Go that's worked. Then they've got that was from them, the Catan. Interesting. Then Pinky Bloom, that was the one I was thinking of. But so many other ones die. There's just so few that last. And then there's not like Clash and Go, which was such a good game. That one didn't last. Yeah, I want to show the Pokemon Go. I couldn't believe these stats at the end. I remember when it came out. Oh, it was a good game. Well, I enjoyed it. John Hanks, yeah, he was from Google. Yeah, so it was in New Zealand. That's wild. We were one of the first 3 countries. That was a Wednesday. And some of them it took so long. Like, that's wild. 2021. 5 years later to get to. That's incredible. Russia? Why did it take them so long? Oh, wow. Shut down. Turkey. That would be so weird. You just get it then. You wonder if there's a big rush then. Anyway, I want to find... Oh, where was it? Oh, wait, no. It was on... This one? Concerns. Yeah, I couldn't believe... This is wild. In a paper titled Death by Pokemon Go, researchers at the Purdue University claimed the game caused a disproportionate increase in vehicular crashes and associated damage, personal injuries, fatalities in the vicinity of locations called Pokestops, where users can play the game while driving. Is that legal? Using data from one place, the paper extrapolates what that might mean nationwide and concluded, so this will be in the US, the increase in crashes attributed to the introduction of Pokemon Go is 145,000. 145,632. What? With an associated increase of the number of injuries of 29,000, an associated increase in the number of fatalities of 256 over a period of a few months. 256 people. I mean, I did hear a few stories of people that would like walked onto a railway or off a cliff and that. But that's phenomenal. That's like there'd be 500 people a year dying from Pokemon Go. I found I just 145,000 car crashes. Like, surely not. Like, that's wild. That's absolutely wild. And the authors extrapolate the cost of those crashes and fatalities at between 2 billion and 7.3 billion for the same period. I mean, it's just so high. I find it hard to believe. That just seems so high. Like, that's just 145,000 car crashes. Like, that's wild. That just seems so high. Like, that's 300,000 car crashes a year. from that one game. I mean, that was, again, however, this here was at the absolute peak when you literally had a huge amount of people playing it. It'd be substantially less now. But I found those stats. I was like, my goodness. My goodness. But yeah, I wish there was more location-based games. Yeah, so that was, it's like, my goodness. Oh. Stream froze. We should be back. Mine's still clean. Used to play Mario Kart. Nintendo Wii. Australia. That was in 2019. What'd I miss? Statistics. That this Purdue reckons that Pokemon Go caused 145,000 car crashes. And 256 deaths, if I'm reading that correctly. Okay, next topic. I'm getting tired. So they talked about doing this ages ago, and it finally came out. Oh wait, two things. So this is we'll do China first. So yeah, 5v5. So it's a test, and is it out yet? Yeah, it will be. So 5,000 people. Looks very similar, but 5v5. That would be cool. I don't know, but as long as it's pay to win, it's not going to work. And so it's different. It's uncommon for local versions to diverge. It's not uncommon for local versions to diverge from the global ones. Sometimes new features are added and tested, which is interesting, because this is, I don't think there's been any equivalent to this. I mean, Supercell has released the other games in China, but I don't think they've done different versions. So it's quite interesting that they're trying that. Source. Oh, wow. Weibo. Tap Tap. Tap Tap Willy Willy Cuckoo. I haven't heard of Tap Tap. I think this is real cool, because you can see, it's like that's the zone, and you can actually, like, I kind of see that. Leaderboard statistics. Wait, this is light mode. If we do dark mode, oh, it's the same thing. Okay, so we're gonna go statistics. Pokemon death. 400. It was pretty wild. It's hard to believe, man. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that because now, we did not, we couldn't get that again. I mean, we could have, like, a location-based game came out, and I was playing it right, Triso, and Alpe, if, came out, and then I was onto it, and it'd be funny if one of the top players was from New Zealand. That'd be really funny. And this is really surprising. The maxed players was surprisingly low. And then they've got the two tiers. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so this here was a stat that was very similar to mine. And it was the top players by country. So I did that in June. And it was, those countries all were, I think they're all the same. It's very, very familiar. But yeah, US doing very well. It's like the Olympics. US first, with the top player is 7th. So the top player isn't from any of those nations. Oh, that does the whole list. That's really cool. Oh, unknown. Interesting. That is odd. Any from New Zealand? Oh, 3 from New Zealand. Wow. About Israel. No. Just 1 from a whole heap of nations. But yeah, it's very disproportionate. Those top few have huge percentage. Singapore and Hong Kong. Both very... Israel. Wow, Israel at 12. Whoa. But that's crazy. Australia and Israel both have more than China. Although it's not, I don't think it's out in China. Wait, how many from Finland? Do I look at the names or the flags? Ukraine. I don't see Finland on that list. Maybe I wasn't looking. Top player stats. Yeah, there's I couldn't believe this. 52 have maxed their whole collection. So was an update that added more than 4 stars? Because that's phenomenally low at this point in the game, that only 52 people have paid to max out. That's incredibly low. Oh, that's so weird. The best guy is number 1, and he's from an other or unknown country. That's weird as. That's so bizarre. And they've got the top 3, which is interesting. Oh, why has it got 1? What does that mean? Why is he not listed there? Supercell. I remember him. Hyzen. Top total max troops by player. How do I read this again? So 31. Oh, I see. So that's right. Oh, so this is out of the top 1,000. Man, so there's 400 that have no max troops. Wow. Oh, quite a few that have like 11. Interesting. Yes, I'm really, really surprised at that. That's wild. Yeah, more than 40% have 0. They've done really well. They've done really well then. It's still pay to win. The top play. But then is that... Surely that doesn't mean that the top 27 are not maxed. Maybe they're just like here. I don't know, but that's still really surprising. Oh, I see. So, oh, right. So the commons... heaps of them have all the commons maxed. But the rares... Oh, the rares, it's all over the show. Wait, why does it go up, like up and down like that? Wouldn't it only be... How does that work? Not sure. Squad grinders. Wait, oh, I haven't read this bit before. Oh, most battles played, yeah. And they've got the yeah, that's interesting. See, I didn't make good visually of these things. I didn't end up doing my top 10 lists, other than the countries. When playing Squad League, trophies earned lost aren't depend. And it was interesting. I watched a video about the history of cheating in Clash of Clans. That was interesting too. And I remember hearing about a lot of the things, like when people would place a troop and then would show where the traps are. And then when trading, trophies aren't depending on the strength of your opponents, just on your... that is interesting. Because if you get, yeah, weak opponent, yeah, so it's the same. Additionally, battles give you a positive on... interesting. Even if we disregard bots. Otherwise, people get real sad. But they also do have to like put it, but it's not the elo score. Then they have to put things in at start, trophies to boost each player. Wow, net positive. I found it really hard to go. Permanent trophy inflation. Yeah, I see. Yeah. I mean, this was true in Rush Wars. It was even... Well, yeah, Rush Wars you could only go... Oh, no, could you lose? No, I don't think you could. It was just... You could only go up. But yeah, it does, boost, go up. But yeah, if you just play heaps, you can get up there. They've just messed up this game so bad. They really have. The most active players can complete more than 7,000 battles. Man, that's incredible. The average is only 3,000. I'm assuming this is of the top 1,000. Because, like, I done over 1,000. But then, yeah, I hadn't, yeah, but I was, like, nowhere near the leaderboard. The best player. So this is the percentage, and so they've ranked it based on first. I find the top 3 as interesting, if not more interesting. Because that's you do so well if you keep in. See, like this player here, see that in this way you can like weight it. It was sort of like when I did that Valleys and Villages and I weighted the 2 different things because there was 2 different metrics in that. I weighted them equally, but yeah, so for example, yeah, this player. See, in this get like 77% win rate, 92 there, but you could then go to upgrade to 93 and 86, but way rather be winning 9% more and getting top 3%, 1% less. But like for example here, I'd rather be the 5th player than the 4th player. I'd rather be getting 95% in the top 3. See, so yeah, this guy's probably a defensive one. I mean, these are probably the same ones I actually looked at. I remember he was on the list, and I'm pretty sure he was. Yeah, one of the top players was Taiwanese. But, was it Hong Kong? I'm not sure. But, yeah, I remember thinking these are the defensive ones because they had that. So, and there's actually, and it was probably because I only had the top 100 that I did that of, but probably the top ones in terms of win rate were also in the top 100. So these ones here was probably very similar to the list that I did. Even the balance changes probably haven't changed it too much. 58. I remember Benny. And then that one down to, so you're 95% is very impressive. See, it's almost a 10% range. What about here? Wow, that's almost a 20% range. So those 2 players are very high. They've figured it out. If I'd gemmed, I might have been able to figure it out too. I don't know, maybe not. I found it a difficult game. But if you had all the max troops, then you could play different. Oh yeah, there's Vita Shark. Oh, he is in there. He is in there. Oh yeah, Meow. Yeah, was I friends with him? It might have been. Another comparison that gives trophies per battle. So he's doing real well. Top troop pick. So so these are really cool stats. Shout out to Squad Royale API. Popular troop picks. It's very stable between. Oh, and maybe that's the. Yeah, so the top and the bottom or whatever. So it's basically the same, which is interesting. 15.3. I'm assuming this is the lower, like the 1, and that's like the 1,000. That appears to have maybe slightly less epics, but it's still very balanced. That's really cool stats, though. I couldn't get those stats because I couldn't do a before and after unless I spent a huge amount of time. And then they've got the pick rarity. So I had Barbarian, then Shelly, then Colt, like them. But they actually, and so it's obviously the same still. Then they had this, so it went from that percent. That's overall, so it's not like out of the commons, because they could do it out of the commons rate and overall. El Primo. And then correlation. Yeah, oh, this is cool. Super cool stats. Barbarian. Wait, what does that mean? Why is it not in the same order as this? So they pick trader, chicken, and that. I'm assuming that's what is this? It's a top 3. Why they got a different metric rather than percentage for this one? Oh, it must mean something. I'm not sure what that means. Okay, top 10 play. Yeah, see this. Yeah, I like this visually. So, pick rates. Top 10. Yeah, so you can see like they pick Barb even more. And so significantly they pick Trader a whole percent more. Mavis is the only one that's stable, but they almost never pick Heavy, almost never pick Bow. But maybe some of these other top 1,000 players don't have a choice or have lower ones, so that could be affecting their decision. Hog Rider. Interesting that in this one, Tank is actually less. Why is then the numbers? Why is that then lower number? Not sure why then that is why the picks, unless it's based on the options, but then they wouldn't have the data to figure that out. But yeah, Jesse was that one that really defensive player had figured out. Oh no, that figured out. Someone picked Jesse because almost everyone it was Hog Rider and Tank, but one of them had Jesse. But then correlation. Oh yeah, because they got those new characters I already had quit by then, and then pretty stable for this. Bandit, they pick Bandit more. But really, really cool stats. Wow, Max and Barb King equal. Dr. T right down the bottom. Barb King. Oh, that's interesting. So they don't pick Shelly and Colt as much. That's just such cool stats. Dr. T. Such cool stats. What an awesome website. Content creators. And I was like, that's so low. I thought there was way more than that. Oh, so Andy. So what country is that then? If he's the first one. They said unknown. I think. Official creator. Oh, it even has their links. Oh, that's quite cool. Oh, and even that's so cool. And it has the links based on the thing. So like, yeah, this guy only has these two, and this guy only has these two. Oh, because you know, technically I do have TikTok, but I don't really use TikTok. So, but yeah, there's a few of them that have all four. Yeah, they call them super creators now because they used to call them. Was it tier 3 was what the equivalent of this was, and then this was I think tier 2 or tier 1. Bitches like now. Yeah, because I'm surprised that he's not in the tier 3, and then there's another few more that I don't remember these. Oh, Psycho. Yeah, I remember Psycho. Then I recognize that name and that name, but yeah, they are the. That guy just has Twitter. Oh, LP was he the one that contributed? Oh yeah, he would have been. Oh, is he? That would be so cool if he was the app dev and he was here. It would be very interesting to see how I would have done if I had had max troops. How well I would have gone on the leaderboard in that. Like I might have done fine, but I still didn't like this game nearly as much as other games. But yeah, huge shout out to that squad Royale. Very interesting. Yeah, no, that will be him. That's cool that he's played it and that, and he's yeah, really, really cool stats. Really, really cool stats. Yeah, if I was playing it, I'd be checking it and asking them when they're gonna be. Oh, our media guidelines. Respectfully, yes. Whoa. We explained briefly something. It's not legal advice. Explain. Always link to source. Yep, we can put this in the description. I'll put, for example, I'll put that other thing. Don't crop or modify. Ah, interesting. Okay. Don't post our assets on social media. Usually distinguished by having a title. Fair enough that they want to monetize it. Many of our stats and aren't easy. That is true. It is available, but it's not easily available. Spent many hours. Yep, signal. Yep. Final note. Commentary discussions. 14-hour content. Explain in more detail. Cover the nuances. Discuss the significance of information. In summary, create content with our help. Oh, so it's not just like the argument, not just the like the streamers that just reaction content but don't really react. Really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. So we'll get that link in the description now. Boop. Come back to here. Edit. And we'll put that here. So really, really cool stats. Really, really cool stats. Love it. Love it. Love their work. Managing moderators. It's changed a bit over time. Oh, wow. Whoa, look at all the chat. Welcome, Taylor. Are you a fan of Taylor the Swift? Taylor Swift? No, Finland. Unknown country. I've got mangoes, lots of mangoes, but they're not ripe. I had one today, it wasn't ripe, it didn't taste great. Wow, we've been going about 2 hours. That's about fair enough. I don't think I'll keep going too long. Oh yeah, no, actually, I'll open up the game and show you that. Long time. Heyday, 2 years ago. Now I quit. SuperSight back in the days. Oh, nice. Nice. Older videos for tips. Rush Wars. Any else Swifty. You should. There was a stream that I did about Taylor Swift's song when it came out, and it was just galore. Swifties galore. I could link you to the stream. You could find other Taylor Swift. I'm sure you don't have any issue with finding them. I'm sure that plenty of them, plenty of you guys on Twitter. That was really cool. I'm gonna search it up actually. I'm gonna search up a couple of things. Okay. Kelly Don. Here we go. We're gonna search up. Oh, there was a few. Hey, look, Taylor Swift to you, number 2. Okay, anyway, what are we looking for? SuperSight, Taylor Swift, boop. There it goes. Is it this one? Yeah, 6 hours. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was her chat there. I bet it. Oh, there's a song. Wow, 400,000. Oh, was that right when it did it? And then was this the one that had all the Swifties? Because that I'd say Swifties are reasonably infamous for. There might have been. Oh no, it's probably this one. Oh, no, maybe I'm not sure. Yeah, no, right when it went. I don't know. Anyway, there's a lot of people that watched it. Yes, there's that. Oh yeah, remember we did the, what was it, the 2019 the Area 51 raid? Oh, that was a good time. Promote takes you to Google Ads. It was that. What was the other thing I was gonna? Clash and Go SuperSight. Yeah, this was the game. This was the game. It was such a good game. Oh, there we go there. Such a good game. Such a good game. So it was that, Clash and Go. What's that Heyday video I was going to search up? Not sure. Thought there was one other thing I was going to search up. Oh, yeah, no, and I was going to show you that thing. What is it? That was another video I was going to search up. Oh, here we go. Okay, we'll get it. Proof news. Okay. Yeah, searching myself, and I on the Google and Bing and all that SuperSight, trying to find that training AI from me ages ago, but I couldn't find it. But it was different results depending on which thing, like all sorts of stuff that's missed out. And I appear on a Russian site for one of the Everdale images I did. Top tier creators. Top tier. 4 people watching. Well, not really doing like gaming content, but even if we did, probably similar. Swift Live. No, not anymore. I haven't really done many like stream, like not many to 24 ones since then. Okay, so this is the site where they've like ripped off 143,000 videos. Probably they were, and they probably just had the URLs of them like in this thing where you couldn't really see. But you can search up Heyday. And so these here have been used in the training thing. So this one Heyday video, I don't know how they figured out, like, it wasn't like, you think it'd be like all the Heyday ones and all the PewDiePie ones, but it sort of ran it, and it includes dates from years ago and more recent, but then there's, like, big ones that, like, so many top Heyday ones that aren't included, but this one was. There we go. Did I comment on that? No, I would have stopped by then. They haven't had any comments for ages. 1 year ago. Yeah, so this one was used in the training session. We got PragerU. They got a lot of them. They got so many of them. Is that one gone? Ah, interesting. That is interesting. So it must have been available when they fetched it, but it's already gone. It's crazy how many videos go. New Zealand. New Zealand. Anarchism in New Zealand. Whoa, Wikipedia audio. That's so weird. They get out of date so fast. 35 minutes.
The anti-capitalist, anti-state, and anti-domination political philosophy of anarchism.
Wow. Well, it's gone now. Well, the channel obviously did it. Okay, so it wasn't Wikipedia official, because otherwise there'd be all sorts of stuff. It's New Zealand. And then there was like this random, like, Clash Clans video with like almost no views, and it was in the training thing, which was really this guy. I remember the hog Reddit. Yeah, they'll be like, well, this is confusing. So it's interesting. It's so interesting the ones it got. But it's just random 65 views now. No comments for 4 years. I feel like saying, do you realize that you were used in training data? Like, of all the Clash Clans videos and of all the Clash Clans YouTubers, Galadon, Molt, so many others, Klaus, and this hype dude, 8 subscribers, like, that's hilarious. And this was around the Rush Wars time. His video is the one that's used in the training data, although it's not necessarily a good thing that you're used in the training data, which is hilarious that he managed to get in. I thought that was funny. Alex Jones. Oh my, I remember that. I remember that. I'll run out of space. But yeah, there's heaps of content on there. Right. Whoa, heaps from CNN. I think 359 or 357 was like the most that they. But yeah, nothing for Galadon or Molt. Oh, well then it won't be like Godson and that, probably. Because, yeah, no Clash of Clans, but nothing for Battlelands. It's a lot of videos and a lot of channels. 48,000. There's a lot of channels. But yeah, I thought that was very interesting. Quitting Squadbusters. Biggest heyday streamer. Yep. Activity. Yeah, so those channels were used with AI training. Those videos. Okay. I will briefly get up the game. And then show the leaderboard. Setting. I'll go to settings. Storage full. And 255.9 out of 256. So when I last play Squadbusters, 30th of June 2024. I got this game called Monolply Go. I didn't really enjoy it, but it's made like $2 million. But I thought it was pretty average in my view. It's just go round and round and round and round. I didn't have Facebook friends added in that, but I don't use Facebook, so there you go. We have a crack at this. Crypto. Oh, here we go. So I'm going to showcase 3 games actually. Monolply Go. And then, yeah, you can't play this game without enough storage. It's so weird. Okay, never mind. We won't show it. Oh, wait. Let's capture. If I go, like, boop, 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 boop. Try now. Do I don't know. So annoying not having enough space. It's a real pain. Solitaire offload app from Microsoft. Can you imagine Solitaire being free, you know, with no ads these days? That's what it used to be back in the day. But I can't imagine it these days. Okay. Oh yeah, here we go. I'm not gonna play this one for long. I'm just gonna show you what it's like. Modding 7 years. Okay. Here we go. Player's guest. Oh, there you go. Turn that down a little bit. Oh, I don't want to get copyright. I'll turn that off. I'm not going to play this for long. I'm really not. I don't know what's going on. It's not a real-time race. How do we get out of this thing? Disk space running low. Oh, there we go. Cool. Oh, that's the thing there. Oh, wait, technically they can't... Yeah, anyway. Oh, fix. Oh, dear. Goes up to a lot of levels. Called Monolply Go. Oh no, it's not supposed to be on 3. I don't even know if it's how 1 versus 3 works. I'll try to build the cheapest ones first. Ooh. It's a lot of dice. Haven't done this one before. I think we got it all. Oh. Want those houses. The world, yeah. Forget how you. I'll do that again. Okay, SuperSight decided I like the board game lots better. I guess if you played a lot, the game would grow on me. Wait, you like the board game a lot better. Have to sleep. Good night. Thank you for being part of the stream. Good night. Oh, this again. Yep, we got it all. Boo! These things are good. You just sort of like keep smacking other people's buildings. I really like the concept of the game. Pow. And like, you don't know, like, are they giving you certain people that are hard to verse, or is it random? Shield. Don't normally play multiple games in one stream. But then I wasn't gonna play this. And I thought, I'll show it to you before I get up Squadbusters. And then Root Land briefly. Railroads in Monopoly. Ah, yes, the classic railroads. I like Monopoly. You should almost like never run out of, and this is random, so I just tap. Try get the buildings maxed. Goes so high. See, 3,700. Even leaderboards somewhere. Yeah. Alright. Wins. Alright. Ah, yes, the leaderboards. 30,000. Schmo. And Zay. So they're just all like single names. Probably just people from Facebook. Bail, but haven't done sentencing. Oh, that was a rough 3. Bail, tax. You like get low on the dice, and then you just get a heap more. You have to add friends. Jail again. Another 6,000. Wow, we're almost bankrupt. It'll be interesting to see what happens if you go bankrupt. Oh, no, we're not going bankrupt now. We're not even level 90 and I thought it gave us that thing. Oh. Slowly introduce you to new features. $100. I can't seem to follow the game. You keep pressing go and you go round and round and round and round and round. Oh wait, oh yeah. Hold for order. Probably at the high levels they just keep going round and round and round and just constantly. Schmack. I don't know what has other people on their board. I assume that doing the doubler or triplet isn't good value, I don't know. Because then you don't go around as many times. Just keep going around the board and getting money and upgrading stuff. And sort of, if you're competing with Facebook friends, then it might be kind of like cool to see who's winning. I'm assuming this doesn't rig the dice. That if you do auto, then it changes where you land. Oh, jail. Auto roll. It's funny. Another 6,000. So you just keep like going round and round and round, and then upgrading. And so it's a very popular game. I prefer the bank heist than that other thing. I play it so mechanically, autistically, very much just. Let's see, there's always more dice. Not like emotionally reacting, just sort of like, oh yep, cool, rather than excitedly. feels very automated, but that's because I put it on the automated bit. Although, I don't know, it just seems like just a weird genre of game. It's not like a in-person. Nah. Yeah, nah, it's not. It gives the illusion that it's like Monopoly, and in some regards it is. But in a lot of ways it's very different. You're not playing against other people in it. It's just you going round and round. Oh. Oh. I don't think anyone would miss any of these, or maybe they would. I don't know. Like in that, I don't like just like, oh, is it gonna be it? Is it gonna be it? I just sort of, I don't know, but then like you could say that's like jaded, that I'm not like super excited, but it's also like, it is just, there's no point, it is just random. Like you have no idea, you can't strategize, it's just tap, 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 tap. But then it's very much like, wow, when you do well, and it just feels, I don't know, odd. It's not like clear like why they have images or no images, and why the image is different to the person, and yeah, we'll get that. Be funny to go bankrupt in this game. I don't know what would happen. I want it. If the game relaxes you, it can be a benefit. I wouldn't say it relaxes me. It's sort of just like, I don't know. It's not really a game that I'd want to play, because it's sort of like, I can play it and upgrade, but it kind of feels, doesn't feel like hugely meaningful or strategic. And thus then I wouldn't really want to play it, because it's like, well, it's not like, I don't it's like, not like I'm like, oh, I really don't like this game, but I don't particularly enjoy it, so it just feels like, why am I playing this game? I am Shardlight. Why? What's with the low? What's with the low? Is there something about this game I should know? Is this a game that people typically of a much older age are the main players of? Is this the Candy Crush of 2024? I just heard it was real popular, and it was like, oh yeah, I guess I can. SuperSight following the popular crowd. I just saw it was there. I'm like, I might as well try this thing. Oh, another thing. Woo. I am gonna get squadbusters next, but this, I don't know, might be another. I don't know how long it will take me to get through these dice. Like, however long it takes me to get through these dice is how long I'll spend on it. Which maybe could be like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, I don't know. Not three of them. I mean, if this was a game that like I was covering as a YouTuber and that, and doing well at, but there's not really much strategy. You know, I could do videos on this is where I'm at and all this kind of stuff, but I don't think there's that much depth to it, really. Like, Heyday genuinely has depth to it, and like people wouldn't suspect Heyday as a game that has a lot of depth, but it genuinely does. He's Bejeweled. I play that on the airplane. I played that. I think you probably saw that in the video. I think I put it in that video. Yeah, I did, and I was waiting, and no one came online because I wanted to play battleships, and no, all these business class men just sitting there like they weren't playing battleships. But it was cool. It was cool. But yeah, I played with Jordan. That was so fun. I bet that they wouldn't. I don't know. They're probably. There's a good chance they're already gone. I don't know. I really liked aeroplane games, but there's a good chance that. How much should you pay for that shield, Isaac? Cosmetics. No, he might have just got it. But there's a good chance that they will have like removed them, and then just sort of it just becomes like the app store or whatever, and that. But it's like no, I genuinely like those old systems. I think they're really cool. Because they might just make it that you could just connect all your devices and just have Wi-Fi and like just outright get rid of them. Those old things. But I think they're really cool. But who knows if they are still around. I mean, they probably are on some airlines. I always had great fun. I would be very entertained and like look at all the stuff on it and like, oh, what is this section? Oh, it's a news section. Or oh, what's this one? Oh, it's game section. I don't. Yes. There's another 45 dice. Which is sort of like, it's a good thing in this game that you get more dice, but also it's sort of like, I kind of just want to like use up my dice and then be done. But then if you do the thing, then you get more rewards. But I don't think it's as good because you're not going around as much. But I might be wrong on that. Here we go. Yeet! Oh, sometimes it does boom. Oh, another one. I don't know, just the game just doesn't feel like it feels like it lacks depth. Like it does this whole thing if you go to this other place and it will load in that screen for you. Oh, why is this gone off? Ugh. Why is it doing that? I don't know. That might just be my iPad, I think. But it feels like it lacks depth and like takes you to this place and then what you just pick one of 4 buildings, which it's completely irrelevant to just in this here. And just constant clapping and all that when it's like, oh. Looks almost mindless. But this is like 3 billion. I mean, that's incredible. That's huge. I don't know how it's done so well. I mean, it is Hasbro, so they would have a presence, like a board games presence, but and like all like 1,000, it's almost irrelevant. Oh, oh, we got out. Somehow it's making a lot of people spend a lot of money. So it takes you and then you just tap a building, which there's no strategy. And then sometimes you get it and sometimes you don't. And you still get money either way, but just a little bit less money if they've got the shield thing or not. Pow! Pow. Sound effects. But it's almost like, because I remember... Like some people don't like laugh tracks. They say it's fake, and I almost feel like it with this because it's sort of like they're so trying to like make you feel good, like all the flashy, you know, money and then the dice go cool animation and then like whoa, and you like just get like a little bit of money, and it just feels so like fake or so like they're really trying to get you to play. Like it's not like natural. How, I don't know. Oh, is that a triple? Oh, it's a whole heap more dice. Penguin. Quip, skip, skip. 200 dice. Like, tries to make it sound like they've got so much empathy for you. Like, ah. This is just a funny comment. Looks almost mindless. ... It's funny. I guess I'm genuinely surprised that this has made $3 billion. Like, that's insane. Like, there's so much money, and it's... Oh, bother, wrong one. Oh. It doesn't seem like that great a game, in my view. I mean, maybe it's alright, but... If you had lots of Facebook buddies and you're all competing, then it might be, like, really fun, but... I just, as a guest... Which is my choice, I haven't got Facebook, but... All the animation is, yeah. I'm more like psychologically aware of it now, and sort of like I used to just sort of think nothing of it. Like, oh yeah, don't really care about the animations as long as they don't waste my time. But now I'm like, I very much notice it. Like, well, Mr. Beast videos, but a lot of different things. I remember when there was the Google when I could just like chat while this just runs around. But then they have the thing that comes up, and then you have to make a choice between one of the four. But yeah, they said like they're gonna be the four kids rubbish thing that Google did, and like if you had like colorful stuff in that, you're potentially gonna be in trouble. But it must work on adults as well. Otherwise, it's because it's not like 5-year-olds are gonna be the primary revenue audience for this game. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's very weird and odd, and also useful when you look at the world and you realize a lot of it is like it is because of people's preferences. This is what people want. Like you look at the media, the movies that do well, and some of them are like, "What the heck?" And it's like, well, that's what people want. That's why you have that movie. That's why that movie grosses so much because that's what people voted for. That's what people wanted. Look at and the TV shows. I sort of like. I like look at a lot of the TV shows advertised. I'm just like, what the heck? A lot of like, not murder mystery. Well, they're just like made up murder stories or whatever in that, and I'm just like, yeah. I don't know. It just sort of surprises me. Sort of like, what is interesting? You know, you look at ads and that, and you, it sort of surprises me what's interesting, but you like look at ads and that, and I'm thinking like, what the heck? But it's obviously working, else they wouldn't be running it. Which then is insight into other people in that. My grandkids watch that kind of thing. Really, it's got to be fast moving, flashy, lots of hype. That's really interesting. I couldn't really care less. I don't think I have strong preferences on a lot of things, and I make my preferences clear. Like on my Subway, I'll have pepper, thank you. Well, I don't even talk to them because I order it online. But it's the only reason I do that is because of you get like rewards, like 50 cent back or whatever. That's otherwise I'd just always go in and pay and order it and that. So it's sort of a shame. It's interesting. I don't really notice the flashy stuff, but then I don't use TikTok, so people use the term brain rot a lot, but I think genuinely there is like, I mean, attention spans have been dropping for a long time, but I think TikTok's like sincerely like it's bad for people. Like if they like use it huge amount of time. I don't know. A lot of things are bad for people in that, but I think TikTok's especially bad. I don't know. There's just like going to be so many unforeseen consequences in that. It's sort of hard to sort of, when the chicken comes home to roost, and Gen Alpha grows up a little bit, and yeah, I don't think things are going to be good. I mean, there'll be admirable individuals amongst Gen Z, just like any generation, but then again, it's like particularly admirable individuals are always a minority. Although there were some generations that genuinely the people seem to do a pretty good job. But yeah, I think it's not going to be good. Oh, why does it keep doing that? Is it? I think it's me pressing on it. It keeps rolling around in the background. But what? Why does it keep doing this? I don't think it's the game. But it seems sort of like narcissistically that this generation has been raised, which won't work out. I mean, it's impossible. I mean, I don't really understand how anyone that's, unless they're like ultra rich, and even then, I don't understand how someone could possibly like live as a narcissist, like actually believe that everyone thinks they're wonderful. Like, I don't know how that, I don't see how that's possible. How someone could even believe that. Even if you did have all these people around you that you paid lots and always just affirm, like, you'd know that's a lie. Like, surely. And I don't see how you could possibly, if you like stood for anything meaningful on principle, you're gonna encounter people that then don't like you. Like, if you stand against evil, you're gonna get pushback. So I don't understand how people could possibly, like, how they would possibly be like live that delusion out. I just don't understand how that would work. Like, I don't know. I don't understand how they don't get that feedback. People just seem so, like, a lot of people seem very offended or hostile and various things if one says things like there's things that I say and people get very offended at it, and so I don't understand how you could possibly exist as a narcissist and not encounter people that would say things that you didn't want to hear. People evidently want what's, yeah, which is it's weird and it's sort of like sad. It's sad. I'm being concerned for a number of years about that now. Say the education system here in the US, homeschooling. and the values being promoted or not promoted. A lot of focus on self. I don't see how it just doesn't work. I don't know how people don't understand how it just already like doesn't work. Like if you just create a nation of takers and that, like there's people that obviously are in need, in that, but you can't have. Yeah, and obviously we all have needs, and most of us have ways that we all have ways I think that we can help others. But if you have like you know where it's in terms of predominantly needs, like people, for example, that are paraplegic and need a lot of care in that, that they need a lot of help in that, a lot of resources in that. However, if you have the majority of the nation, or even like a third of the nation, requiring huge amount of care, like huge amount of other people helping them, it eventually just if it sways too much and you just have not enough people giving and too many people taking, it just won't work. But I don't know how that doesn't become apparent to people, even at just a level of like, sure, you can have participation awards and sort of try and make everyone feel good, but eventually, you know, you're only going to have one, you know, winner at some things. Like it's just inevitable, and you think that people will realize that. I don't understand how people don't realize that. Those memes of people saying I'm special, so treat me special. I think there's like such a mix though of people believing different things, and so it's not like you've just got two competing ideologies. You've just got this mega, like you kind of do in a sense, like in the US, but you also got this just mega range of opinions of what. So it's not like if one thing doesn't work, then it's like, well, we'll switch to this. And the problem is you can't isolate things in many cases, politically and in many cases, because you can there's always different factors just happening all the time, and so it's very hard to isolate. There's something I was talking about a few streams ago, and I forgot I was going to mention that if you can't isolate the factors, and so this both sides can always say it didn't work because of this factor, or it didn't, etc. Like anyone in charge in the US, if it doesn't work, they can always say, well, because I face so much opposition. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure I'm not touching it. Like my jacket's on the edge, but they can just say I face so much opposition that I couldn't do what I intended to do. Therefore, I mean, it comes back to the argument of people voting in inconsistent so like gridlock basically in that, and then both sides can always say, well, I was elected in by the people, therefore I have the mandate, and then the person opposing them can say, well, I was elected in, so I have the mandate, and it's just useless. Conversely, of course, we should be treating people kindly. Yes. Oh, I've mixed that already. Okay, if I'm not under 50 dice within 14 minutes, I'm going to stop. As in, it's also very hard to gauge then when it's time to get off, because you always want to use up your dice. But if you just keep like almost like starting to get down, and then here's some more. I don't know what it is with this turning off. But I can't hold it this way. I could, but it's hard to view. But it's hard to then gauge when you need to get off, because it just keeps being more and more and more. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of how this game is built. It's so sad. Like, we had Everdale, we had Rush Wars, we had Delta T, and this is what we got. This is what makes $3 billion. Are you serious? More than all those 3 games combined by maybe 100 times. It's just so sad. Like, we had such good games. How did this one make 3 billion? And all 3 of them were better than this game, and they are all dead. And this is the one that, and Battlelands. We had Battlelands. We had Everdale. We had Rush Wars. We had Delta T, and this made $3 billion. Taylove, welcome to the stream. Taylor Swift didn't come to New Zealand on her recent tour, Eras tour. Can't sleep. Singing what Taylor Swift song could help with that? But I can't think of any specific ones. I'm sure she's sung a song about sleep. She's sung a lot of songs. Off from school tomorrow, so I'm happy. What makes you a Taylor Swift fan? Like, what about her or her music do you appreciate? And it claps you smashing people's buildings. I don't know, it just seems silly. It's like so destructive, like why, I don't know. And they said at the start, like, don't feel guilty for, I can't remember what their reasoning was. She doesn't visit Asia. Asia's like, how can she miss Asia? It's so massive. I don't know, but I guess you'd have to be careful if you're a big singer in some of those countries. In South Korea, you'd be fine. Always America. We never get perks. She did visit Japan. She in Australia, it was massive. Like, there was so many people. I mean, I don't know, but it seems like Trump is the only one comparable that can get crowds like she can. Imagine if she ran for president. She only just narrowly could run this year. Technically, Camilla could pick her. But, I don't think, no, I highly doubt she would. I wonder how that would affect the vote. I mean, Taylor is really massive. But she's already advocated political stuff, so I don't think then it would have too much more effect. I don't know. No, I don't know. Could be. Could actually work. I don't know, but I don't think that's happening. I think lyrics. She's so relatable. I'm amazed how one can write such feelings like they're nothing. Interesting. So you're like really like blank space. Like she gets me. She gets me. Like is that the song or like all of them relatable or just some of them? I don't know. She writes a lot, so I guess it wouldn't. I don't know. Are they all her personal like songs that she's personally been through, or I mean, she's written so many songs. Surely they wouldn't all be relatable. Well, no, I don't know. All be relatable to her, but maybe. SuperSight. What's your favorite singer? I don't consistently listen to any song singer. There's a guy called the Fat Rat. The Fat FAT Rat RAT. And he doesn't do singing, but he does music, and I quite enjoy his songs. But over the years, I've enjoyed different songs, different singers. Justin Bieber, Selena Gomez, Taylor Swift. Oh, almost under. Yeah, I think we should get there. Fat Rat. Not like that, Lynn. True, most of them are. Some of them are very cheesy and corny. We just enjoy. I think one of the first Taylor Swift songs I heard was You Belong With Me. I quite enjoy that song. I remember when she released the songs in 2017. When she released the one that there was a newspaper, Reputation. And what's the look what that was massive. That did very well on the YouTube charts. The Fat Rat, he's the one. He's a German guy. Does what's called electric music. I think electric. Do they call it electric? Yeah, I think so. Electrified. Well, at this rate, we will get through the dice because if we get under 50, so. Then we can open up Squadbusters. Oh, this stream is sort of going to be like kind of longer than I expected, but also it's not going to be like 8 hours. It will be probably under 5 hours, might be 4 hours. Oh, Shardlight shows us nothing on my screen. Yeah, I thought it was gonna say nearest railroad. Sure enough. I've been weighing my subways. They range quite a big range between the different subways. At the same shop, the exact same order, roast beef. Are they gonna give me a whole heap more dice right before I... Because if I upgrade the city, then it might be like, here's a heap more dice. 17. Almost there. I like the shorts the Fat Rat has been putting out lately. I do think Elon is one of the greatest thinkers of our time. I really do. He's a really, really brilliant man. It's a shame how divided the world is. Oh yeah, there we go. And then we get to another world, and then have another 100 dice. It goes up, I think, to like 200 and something. Pow, pow, pow. 50 more dice. Another deal. Oh, actually. I'm like looking forward to finishing this game. It's just, yeah. Pow. I just can't help think. We had Everdale. We had Rush Wars. We had Delta T. We had Battlelands. And this is a $3 billion game. I'm not. I'm hoping. Well, hopefully, like, yeah. I thought that's right. Thought that's what I read. That's just such a phenomenal amount of money. And there's, yeah, I mean, there must be some other way, like they're getting promotional deal with Facebook or something, I would think. Maybe through McDonald's? Because it's just like, there's no way this game makes $3 billion. Like, there's just no way. I mean, I think it will have, but it's just like, that's wild. Atlanta. Wow, close. They want you to keep playing. I think I'll add this to the title. It's rare that I do a post-title edit, but I think I will, because it's been such a big part of this stream. Oh, 12,000 now. That's getting really up there. Oh. The thing is, I don't explicitly necessarily dislike those flashy things. Like, I don't really care. But almost certainly the companies that do that will also do other stuff that I really don't like. Like, just the whole, like, basically no strategy, this kind of stuff. $2 billion as of March this year. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. I'm not one for reading the. Why do I get this $3,000? I'll take it. And that is how corruption starts. No. I mean, it could be, but isn't. That is, not what I'm meaning here. Looks like we're almost there. Broke records, I see. That's a lot. Welcome back. Probably only for a bit. That's okay. Is it finally gonna run me out? It said it earlier. It said yesterday, "Are you enjoying this game?" And I clicked no. And I wonder if then they like change like how the game is for me. Like, oh, we better give them like lots of stuff or whatever. Make them like it. I doubt that's what happened, but it's possible. Boom. Okay, here we go. 3 more rolls. Pow. Is this the last Squadbusters stream? I intend for it to be. If they had like a huge update that really changed the game and revived it, then I'd probably cover that. But I intend for this to be... There we go, finally. Oh. Took us like an hour or so to get through that. Nope, don't want that. Nope, don't want that. Nope, don't want that. Okay, upgrade that. Past the penguin. Whoa, we 12 out of 100. Oh, 12 out of 50. That's kind of high. I don't know what that's for. Oh, the racing thing. Whoa, whoa, how do we get that many of these? Is this our team or me? Or am I versing my team? Wait, why have all my teammates got 0? But then on the map I've got like more points. This is like that. Yeah, spend money now. Oh, okay, Lida, if you want me to. Interesting. Playing Monolply Go. I'm not permanently. I'm just thought I'd try it out, and I'm not a big fan of it. Oh, it should overtake purple. Second. Here we go. Here we go. Woohoo! Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's an odd choice. I don't know. I think we'll take the cash. Thought it was going to give me a whole heap more dice. What is this thing? Oh wait, what was the... is this within our team? I don't know, are we competing with each other or with... I don't know exactly how this works. You can't tab on the profiles, I need them to add them as friends. Oh wow, here we go. 70. I missed that game. Go City, that was a good game. Okay, we're finally, oh my goodness, through. I'm so far behind, 117. Yeah, there we go. Well, oh my goodness, it's gonna run out. This limited thing, which is actually just this virtual made-up thing, which they could just give me 1 million of. I understand that companies need to make money, but there's ways to do it. Okay, I mean, it's fine that they can do the deals. I'm like, now that I'm aware of what they're doing, now I'm very critical. Guess what? You win more dice. Wouldn't that? Yeah, that's what they often do. Okay, done with that. App Storia, and Squadbusters. Oh, AI is one of the top. Oh, not Temu. Shop like a billionaire. One of our local businesses is kind of going bankrupt. Not entirely, but kind of. It's called The Warehouse, which is partly because of another one called Kmart. But like in Christchurch, there's multiple. The Warehouse is like a hardware store. Well, yeah, hardware store like garden stuff, Lego, etc. But I always with the age, I always never remember if it's how long the app's been out or if it's like how old you have to be to use the app. But I'm pretty sure it's how old you have to be to use the app. But yeah, Temu has contributed to a decline, I think, in the Warehouse in New Zealand. That said, the Warehouse is very woke, so I'd rather non-woke ones beat it, but I think Temu's super dodgy, and overall it's not good that Temu is gonna undermine New Zealand businesses. What am I searching? Squadbusters. I've never bought anything from Temu. They do have some unique stuff in there, but it's almost all from China, and it is potentially through Uyghur people stuff. I have bought one item off Alibaba, regrettably, back in 2021, I think. It was because I wanted to get it from the US, but then the shipping for a while back then, the US wasn't shipping to New Zealand, so I bought one item off there, a t-shirt, which I wish I hadn't, but I did. So yeah, that was Alibaba, but I haven't bought anything since from them. I'm trying to yeah, I haven't bought from Amazon since 2020, but Amazon is pretty convenient. But there are sometimes alternatives to Amazon, which then you can, yeah, like Bill O'Reilly's releasing a book called Confronting the Presidents, and he's releasing it on Amazon and through a bookseller, I think, and then on his own store. So it's like, if I order it, I can go to his own store. So there are options in some cases, because I don't think Amazon does business in a great way, neither with Temu or Alibaba. 2K more, no way. That's crazy. We have 2 in Christchurch. My brother and aunt uses Temu. Get more dice in 52 minutes. Yeah. Trying to shop more local. Nice. I try to yeah, get stuff from local businesses I trust if I can, but it's not always easy, and not you can't in all cases. In some cases you haven't got an option, but in some cases you do, and in the cases you do, sometimes it's cheap or cheaper to buy local, which is cool. Other times it's not, and so it's, yeah, have to make those choices, which sometimes, yeah, it's just, the reality is you still have to go with just like I'd like to move away from Google and Apple, but I haven't entirely. I'm still with them with a lot of things like this iPad and the platform you're watching on. But slowly move towards ideal, like I'm on Rumble now as well, and I've looked into Linux, so. Okay, pre-Walmart days. Okay, so what are these updates? 2 months ago. Oh, yeah. Oh, so they've only done one update. I was thinking of the other one. Oh, it's just a bug fixes update. And then all the other ones with that same content. Interesting. Okay, let's open it up. First time in a month. Here we go. Oh. No way it just gave me them all. That's hilarious. That's crazy. It was so hard to get characters. Oh wait, no, this. Oh wait, it's saying these a new thing. Oh, and then there's that again. I guess I mean it's pretty similar. 100. Oh, I've still got my 111. Whoa, that's a few. Wait, 19? Did I have 19 when I was... Oh, yeah, no, I did. I think I did leave it like that because it was... Unless you could actually get the next upgrade thing. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I did get in time sort of to show the other ones. There we go. I guess we could upgrade our characters. Oh, and the Mega Bank, I see. Nah, only 2. Very simple. 6 hours as well. Oh, the Pinata event. Oh, no one invited me. Oh, no way! The whole thing, everyone is offline, are you serious? Oh, and then, no, Pinata full. No one's off, I mean, that just shows it in my view. I mean, probably some of those top ones removed me. Oh, and, like, there you go, the last 4 have been on within the last 30 minutes. Oh, yeah, lots of these have been on within an hour. But yeah, when I used to, like, there was just people, like, 6 on constantly, basically, or more. But yeah, like, definitely some of them will have removed me. But 31 days, 39 days. What happened? What happened to the rest of them? No way, why did it wipe them all? What the heck? Why did it wipe all my friend requests? Like, why did they do that? 120 million, wow. See, free reward. Oh, actually, you get that one. But yeah, those ones. Oh, but now they removed the thing that says free. There we go. At least it keeps the name in there. Red Knight. Oh, when was that? 35 days ago. I got 5th. That was a pretty bad finish. My stats. So I could upgrade these. Squad journey. What? That's glitched. It's kind of sad having given up on it. But it was just not the game. There's some people still, like AB, I see him streaming it a lot still. But the chat as often has no one live. But back in the day, it was like always people in the chat. Omega, also I see covering it sometimes. Okay, time for the leaderboard. Leaderboard. Huh! I'm still in New Zealand. Oh, so these are the top 3. Interesting. I'm still on the leaderboard. 111. That's so crazy. I'm still here. I'm still standing. Wow, a lot of New Zealanders have actually got there. Doesn't it go down to 1,000? Yeah, so who knows how many weeks I'll stay there. That's kind of funny. I'm the only one on that mountain. Yeah, 321 111. Friends. Still got Zpoor. Zpoor hasn't removed me. Wow, I'm the lowest of them all. Okay, global. Who's top? Oh, no way. That other guy's no more. With the reset. Wow. Oh, yeah, that was the guy that they showed on on that thing. Oh yeah, these are the ones that were there. Wait, oh wait, yeah, okay, so we'll scroll through the top players, but that, yeah, that other guy wasn't. The problem is I just don't think it's a great game, and it's just, I just genuinely don't even think it's that fun to just keep playing for hours. And that's like, even if you are willing to put in hours and push, even if you have the money, you're willing to put the money in, and you're willing to put the time in, I just don't even think, like, I didn't feel bored playing Rush Wars. But this game, it's sort of just so frustrating. Although, if you had, like, maxed account and then were, like, getting in the top, 90% of the time, no, 85% or 95%, then, maybe it would be funner. But, yeah, I don't know. It'd just be so annoying to have to pay every round, basically, like, spending money to get those things every round. In-game, not just, like, a key to play the round, but... Interesting. You got Jesse recently? Oh, yeah, I'll read the chat in a second. So, 4728. Oh, yeah, it's local. 47... Oh, okay, local, 4728. Oh, yeah, so there's 3, yep. And 47... Ah, see, I've got a lot of friends that are just slowly dropping off it. Red. Yeah, that were. So we've got 12 friends in the top 1,000, including Sandra. 12 friends. 2 of them exceedingly so. Oh, so it's about 100 with the top. Yeah, so... Zpoor and 11-7. Zpoor, 13,000. That's so cool that Zpoor added me. I got in early. Sam's Club. Okay. I can't believe they wiped all those friend requests. See who's the highest person I can add. Or attempt to add. Oh, there we go. TikTok. Kenneth SB. It's such a shame. Like, I would have loved to push this game, but it was just... I just didn't enjoy it. Which is just really weird and sad. Sort of like, there's very few games that just really... Like, it was just not only not enjoyable, but so frustrating. Zpoor. So tempting to even play it, like, seeing it again now. It's like, oh, I could push, I could get back on there, but it just wasn't. I mean, maybe that one day they'll make it an awesome game, but until they do, man, heaps of these people, even these top players, don't have. Oh yeah, I remember seeing that guy on the leaderboard. Oh, I got that guy added. can't believe it wiped all those friend requests. Bulldoggy, I remember that player. Imagine if they all accepted. Thing is, I'm not going to play much. Well, I don't think I'm going to play at all anymore. Hey, NZ, there we go. That's crazy. One of the top 100 players is from New Zealand. And a lot of top Korean players. Japanese, Italian. Must have wiped the friend request for whatever reason. Unless they had like a timeout after like 30 days. Since it's, yeah, removed them all, then I have heaps to send out again. Chisley. He's a top guy at it. So tempting to play it again, but it's just so, unless they change it, I'm just not gonna have a great time playing it. This would fill up my friends with active players. Linus, there used to be a play called Loch Ness. It's amazing how many it's allowing me to send out, but it's probably because so many were removed from my... You can keep doing it the same one. Next. Bounty. Wow. Oh, that's the guy that's played the most games. How long till it says you are maxed, you can't send friend requests? Well, at least it means that all my friend requests will be to top players, so, and active ones at that. Man, I can't believe how many it's allowing me to send out after originally. Oh, Ruben, I remember that guy. Oh wait, no, maybe I was thinking of a similar named guy. I remember getting quite far down another time to like maybe 200 to 400, and that was when I already had lots of them added, so now it's wiped them. I'll have heaps of space. Can't believe it wiped them. That's crazy. With the update, perhaps? Oh, I got that guy added. Nice. Oh, sadly, probably there was probably games with the pinata where people did invite me and then I didn't accept because I wasn't playing anymore. There's a couple of people asked me in the Discord, well, one guy. And then I said, no, not playing anymore. Oh, something went wrong. Yeah, there you go. We got about 300. What's our friends looking like? Hey, is that 2 of them that accepted? Probably. It would have to be because we had 32. What? Where are the rest of them? Oh, 72. 191, that's hilarious. 191, 195. 265. That's a weird number. I think you're addicted to sending friend requests. There we go. Well, we've got it. So yeah, there's 191 pending. That's a lot of pending. And then it shows their code. Well, not their code, but their other name. See how many of them accept. So I'd have to go that to get to the next one. It's just, yeah, it's so tempting to push, but I'm also like, I could also upgrade my troops. Oh, 70, that's hilarious. 70 mega shellies. That'll get me along on the squad journey a little bit. Still never got her to... That's a shame. That would really helped. So basically the same game as before. Could even play a round or two. Gotta go. See you guys later. Thank you for being part of the stream. It was good to have you here. No, it's as the title says. I've quit. But not quitting adding friends. Yeah, anyway, that's the... Oh... I mean, maybe I could just play 3 rounds since I have 3 tickets. And then briefly get up Root Land. Oh, it's weird playing again. Really, really, really weird. Oh, is this the... It's genuinely so weird playing again. I can't... It's like, how does controls work? Oh, it's this mode. Well, it feels different. I don't know why. Oh, these things. Whoa, look at all those coins. Maybe it's just because I haven't played it for so long. I don't know what it is, but it feels different. Oh, look at those things. I'm so bad at this. Oh well. I don't even know how the bandit works. It's weird that they have like really bad bots. You think that'd improve them? Then that would players be like, no. Oh, it's tank. Yeah, definitely a bot. No, he's gonna... Oh dear. It's still like frustrating controls. It's funny I had the ones from 30 days ago still on my log. I was gonna do the stream ages ago, yet here we are. I guess I can think about it slightly more clearly, having not played it for a month. So I'm like, oh yeah, don't really need it in my life, but also like, I can play it if I want to, but I don't need to feel that need to try and really push up. Oh, they're gone. Oh, it doesn't really matter about the achievements at this point. Oh dear. No, 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 no. Oh. Not even gonna get top 5. Oh, it's so close, but... Not top 5. Oh well. Red character reminds me of a ladybug. 2 gems off. Oh well. Such a bad... Oh, now I get these things. Ooh. Oh, no. Still doesn't get him there. Oh, wait. Why are we back to that? Oh, well. Now. Da-da-da. Oh, should we have a crack at him? Let's go. Oi! Go, 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 go. We got him. Yeah, it's sort of odd that they've got the bot still was really bad. Oh, get him, get him, get him. So the game's very similar to what it was when I left it. Yeah, I mean, it just had that bug fixes update, so I bet, yeah. It's actually this is the same other than the season finally finished. I'm sure that, yeah, and in another big update or two, it will start to look different. If it doesn't, then it's not going to, because as it currently is, it's not doing well, so they'll need to change it up. Yeah. Yeah, we got him. I should have picked Barb. Oh well. Oh, Super Freeze. Yeah, so it's actually, I like things when they are as I left them. Oh, not that way. Oh. Oh man. Keys. No, how am I dropping back again? Man, it feels like such a long stream, even though it's short relative to a lot of the ones I do. Yeah, the return when you play and there's just another one of them. You get so much. You get such a good return for the first few games back. Like the first few games you play of every day are like super, but then post that it's sort of, which is sort of how it should be, I think. Bees. Oh, bother, he could get into that. Trade a goblin strat. Do not need her right now. Anyway, we got 70 of her, and yeah, probably gonna be one of my last games. It is sort of, yeah, like Brawl Stars, but just not as good. Man, we've come in first. Oh wow, top 5. Guaranteed. Seems like there's a few more coins than when I used to play, but don't know. Oh, the tree giant, tree giant. Get them, get them, get them, get them. We're gonna take out all of these things. Maybe just put me in a bot match, so then I can win. Well, I did get 3rd, which wasn't that great. We're doing so well. Wow. And tank. Oh, there. I think we're gonna lose a guy. Oh, and a key. We did so well this game. And we could have probably got another one if we were in time, but anyway. Man, almost 400, that's real high. Yeah, good last game. GG, well played. Whoa! Da-da-do. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Looks like they've changed that icon. How? It's crazy that I couldn't, like, when I was looking the other day, that I couldn't find a game that I'm like, oh, that looks like really cool to play. And also, I had Squadbusters installed and it didn't even occur to me to play that one, because I'm like, nah, I'm done with that one. Which I sort of am, but just playing it again, I'm like, oh, I could get back into this, but I don't think so. It's funny that I'm still on the New Zealand leaderboard. They really will need to change some stuff about this to make it playable to lots of people. Oh, this guy looks weak as anything. Oh, it looks like a real player too. Nice. Need to get destroy some boxes, I think was another one. Whoa. Man, almost get to the 100 for the thing. It's annoying because it would be nice to pick tank, but then it becomes more costly. It's far better if you do this and then get tank, but you don't know if you can get the opportunity of tank again. Yay, tank. Ah, that was good. Good escape. Whoa, look at them all down here. It's a lot bunched up. Huh, we won again. 4-hour stream, yeah. Ugh. Keeps giving me another one, and another one, and another one. Need to get another blue box, have 5 in our squad, and 3 more pinata sticks. Uh-oh, not baby battle. Oh, there's our box. 3 pinata sticks. Goblin Trader combo, let's go. Yeah, I'm in a pretty good position, I think. Oh, nah. There's so many games, and they're just sort of like, you're almost done, and then, you know, there's always... Although I didn't have to take the ticket. Well, this guy's weak. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. See, I can't escape this. Oh, we escaped. But we're in a pretty bad position. Oh, too late. Oh no, what's that guy's doing there? Oh. Oh no! That was crazy. GG. That's a shame. Lose my streak. Oh well. Probably is worth paying at that point, not sure. Oh, we got that one. Ooh. Ooh. 2 more pinata things. And hopefully a big squad. Oh, not ring grab. Rah. Haha. Whoa. I beat the chicken, that's crazy. Oh. He got smacked. Oh. We need another one of... Another bow. Yes! Cool, because they're getting weak as. Yes. I wonder if they fixed ring grab. Oh nice, we got that one. Oh, and we're gonna get that one. If we could bust a couple of squads, that would be good. However... Oh! Whoa! Don't know what... Oh, we lost Nita. It's best we stay alive. Oh, definitely don't want to go to that guy. Rather just lock in a top 3 position than risk it. He says as he runs in to risk it. Oh. Whoa. Oh, no, no. Well, that's actually a fitting last match, actually. Fitting last match. That's how Squadbusters goes. Just ran my hype out, okay. That. Pow. Oh, another one. Yeah, the first few games is you get so much stuff back. So much return. Okay, this should be my last game, and then I'll briefly show, genuinely briefly show that other game, Root Land, and then that will do us. It's been a long stream. Covered a lot of topics. Oh, the ice things aren't there anymore. That event's done. They'll probably use similar animations for a similar thing. So the game at this point is still fundamentally the same as when I left it. Haven't really changed it at all. Oh, I'm actually damaging this guy. Okay, one of us is done. Oh. There we go. Chocolate milk on the stream. Yes, I am. Well, I could keep playing and playing and playing, but I won't. Don't know what that will have done to my stats, but, well, there you go. My final stats. It's not to say I'll never come back to it. Yeah, I don't know why that is, that some of them, like the replays, don't. Oh, look, we got 6th 4 times in a row, then a 7th. Oh, so we got 2 firsts in there? Yeah, and then it went downhill from there. Anyway. $55 and $54. Friends? Oi! I think some people have accepted. Whoa, yeah, they have, because we're at 72, so that means 1, 2, 3, 8 of the top players in the world have accepted. Nice. How many have declined? So Code, well, I don't know, Code Dark was the only one that remained. Anyway, that's me, SuperSight Live. I've had a long history with Supercell games, but this was their last one, and I'm not a fan of it. Technically, they got Moko, well, Project Rise, and there's probably other ones they're working on. But yeah, let's go. Now for an hour of Root Land. Won't be an hour. Definitely won't be an hour. But yeah, that is the game. It used to get me so frustrated, and I'm sure it still would if I returned to it. Leaderboard. Boo, boo. We won't have gone up because we'd have to. Anyway, so we're still in the top 1,000 New Zealand. Who knows how long more I'll be there for? It's sort of like maybe, I don't know, because then there has to be 1,000 people that get more trophies than I do in New Zealand, which that's a lot. I mean, 300 have already done it, but they'll be the most eager ones. And then I don't know, and there will have to be triple that amount, so 2/3 more that do that, which might happen, but might take a few months. I'm not sure. Something went wrong. What went wrong? Anyway, that is the leaderboard. Cool beans. That is the game. I will now do that. Stop mirroring. Cool. Root Land. It's not only I do 3. Also, I will change the title of this stream. I'm going to enjoy sleep when I get there. Edit. Plus. I can't. Oh wait, no. Okay. In that case, I'll put it in the description as well. I'll just put it in the description. Will I remember though? Played Monolply Go. I won't be able to see in the title. Save. Cool. Okay. Root Land. Boop. Fire up air server again. Miss you a little. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to that. Oh, there it goes. It's back. Ta-da! And where's the chat? Oh, we should have had the chat the whole time. Oh well. There it goes now. Huh. So the time does still work. Display capture. There we go. Awesome. Hopefully we haven't missed too much chat. Okay, we will now do this. This is my iPad 3 now, because we played Squadbusters on that other one and Monolply Go on that other one. Here we go. Root Land. Do 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 do. Oh. Wait. There we go. Not hearing anything. Don't know why I'm not hearing anything. Oh well, who cares? Okay, so we haven't got sound, so what? Here we go, this is the event. These are the top players. Mana is number 1. Aka, Donny Rocio, and Nani. They're all the top players. And then this is the top clans. Oasis. So, and a lot of these ones I recognize. Bath National Park. Home Cooked Meals, Mayfair Island, League of Nations, Long Clan, Pride, New Zealander. A lot of them I recognise, but so it's going pretty slow that. However, this is one of the things they added. So feed animals and do tasks to fill the piggy bank and unlock the offer. So you have to work just to get the offer. So that's a bit dodgy. And this confusing thing with this animal thing, like I keep putting my animals to do tasks, and they keep doing tasks, and they never level up. So I wonder if I just have to get more animals, but it's definitely not clear. So because I used to think this thing meant that I get to upgrade it. You also can collect coins now. That's a thing. But I'm trying to get them to get leveled up. The troops. So this is that seaweed stuff. Takes ages now. Wow. Man, 180 days ago. What? And was that a maxed event? Oh, I know. There's just one. Oops. Here I go. But if I feed one of them, boop, it goes. The piggy bank goes up. But it's definitely a whole heap more monetization tactics, which are now being deployed. We put machine. Do that, but yeah. So that because if we go like, where is he? Here we go. To get one of these things now takes 2 hours. They used to take about 15 seconds or something. So and then even if you get lots of them, it's still that. And with to get those things, that now takes 1 hour to get the little blue flower. So it's really bad time value now. And I think and then there's the animals are still there, and then these are so most of mine look maxed. I don't know what star power. I don't know how it works. It's not clear. Like it looks like there's 3 different metrics. Like you got these dots of levels, then you got the star power, and some of them are maxed, and then some of them are is that on 0 or the full? It's not really clear to me. How it works in that, and then this thing here, do I have to buy another animal to get the 9th island? Because it used to be coin, and I almost did it, but and I should have bought it right before I quit, because now I can't get the thing. But yeah, so I don't know if they're gonna kill this game or not. Oh yeah, the clan. There we go, the members. So 3 of them got to 16. No, 4 of them got to 16, pretty good, and then there's 115, and I'm basically 14. I should have been, but look, 177 days ago. That's wild. So the leader, he's on 11. So that's kind of recent considering. And yeah, look at that. That was before the midterm elections. I mean, we're talking like Elon Musk buying Twitter days. 15th of October. Oh wow, that's about 3 years before Windows 10 stops getting supported. I like it when I put dates. It's interesting. Then this year, but they need to update it because like this year, you just sort of get there and then it just sits there forever, and they just need to add. I don't know. I just don't see it going global. Well, I mean, it is global, but I don't see it be a widely successful game. But yeah, they've added in but yeah, and then you can, and they've got the biscuit maker there. But yeah, now there's all these offers in that, different offers, and if you click collect, then. Yeah, reaching. Oh, so there's like bonuses within the offer. It's sort of like Elon Musk, depending on how many criteria he then gets more money for. Oh, so that's level 14, and then there's 300 for that, because those things you definitely want to upgrade, definitely. Which is all still the same, but it's just those things, seaweed, and that takes like 2 hours now. And also, I think the gem cost has gone up. I don't know what the value of these is relatively. 1 minute. What is that? What is the offer? It's not clear to me. What is the offer? Up to 3 min timer. Skip for gathering. Does it give me 3 ducks? Oh, there's the sound. That's so bizarre. Because I tapped that thing. There you go. 1,400. The auto thing. So like, the prices are still the same, like the barrels of water and that. I'm pretty sure that's... Didn't the Root Land Pass used to cost like $6? I'm not sure. But yeah, the House of Gems is now the 200. But it used to be, I think, 125 and then 169, now this. However, if you look at the value of the things, see, like, their well's only that and the farm's only that. And these characters, which are so helpful, are only like a tiny bit. So if you just made like a purchase of like the barrel of gems or the cart of gems, that would help you immensely in the game. And if you just did a one-off House of Gems, you could get like all these different characters basically. Oh no, it would cost a bit more than that, but it would help you immensely because you'd get Wendy and Jack and Ernest, which help so much. So that's 3,000, and that's 4,300. 4,300. 5,300, 6,300, 6,600, around that 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it was about 16,000. But you could get basically most of these characters, which are so helpful, with a $200 purchase, which relative to other games is so good. It's like so good. Like $200 sets you up. Like you've got almost all the key things you need in that. And if I knew that this game was going to be getting real big, I would do it. I'd pay it. But at the moment, I'm like, it might just get killed, and there's just no point. But if I knew it was going to be a big game, that $200 purchase to get you basically all the key things, which help you immensely, will be so worth it. So those things haven't changed, but I suspect they will if they do make it a bigger thing. I bet they'll put up the prices, because otherwise it's just crazy how there's just like something that's so helpful is just not very expensive at all. 3,000. Yeah, so with just $40, you could get those two characters. Well, almost. With my gems, you could. Yeah. So, and you can watch an ad. 2 hours, 2 hours. Oh, is the battery gonna die? Sound's gone. The game could be really good, but I don't know if they'll stick with it long enough to get it to that point. All the fish, yeah, they're all 2 hours now. It's a lot of fish. 12 hours, man. That seems like... Why is that only 35 minutes? 15... 9, 10. Oh, I'm not actively playing this game. Yes, that's all the main characters on. And then you could watch an ad and start going through these things. But yeah, I'm not really playing it much at the moment. Roar. I think I have to buy an animal and then I can get to the level 14 keep thinking it's level 9 or level 14. I'm getting pretty close to getting there. But, oh yeah, no, I'll put these things on, actually. And then we're done. Heavy. Heavy, heavy. Nice. Boop. Whoa. Flying. Nice. I should have put another one on for the experience. Oh, it's gone. There we go. Anyway, that will do it. Oh, Root Land, folks. Root Land. But yeah, who knows what will happen with Root Land? Who knows what will happen with Everdale? Who knows what will happen with Squad Busters? Like the music on the game, although we can't hear it. Yeah, we'll sound for a little bit. Okay, well, that's going to wrap it up, folks. We did a good run. 3 different games. Will you look at that? And we even talked about Everdale. But yeah. Yeah, that will wrap it up. Let's go to the statistics. Boop. Boop. Thank you for the 3 likes. And thank you to everyone that came by. Thank you to Shardlight. Thank you to Lynn. Thank you to Chocolate Milk. Thank you to Lighthouse. Thank you to Tay Love. Three likes. Thank you for that. Thank you to YouTube and DLive for allowing me to stream it to your platforms. Thank you to Restream.io for providing the service. Thank you to OBS for the free streaming software. Thank you to 24timezone.com for the time below. Guy Fawkes coming up. Election Day. 5th of November. 4th of November. 4th of November, I think. Thank you to Supercell for the camera and for Squadbusters. Thank you to Hasbro for Monolply Go. And thank you to Second Leap for Root Land. Yeah. Thank you, Lynn, for moderating. Thank you, Shardlight and Lighthouse for being there to moderate too. Well, same with Lynn, all 3 of you in the same boat in case there had been any incident, but there wasn't actually. The chat went pretty well. Didn't even have a bot coming through saying, get free bots for this price. Yeah. Thank you to everyone else who came by. I hope you enjoyed it. It was sort of, I've been meaning to do it for over a month. It was just going to be like a short, I'm quitting the game. But anyway, we're fast forward and we did it. So we're still on the leaderboard in New Zealand. But we're frozen because, like, at 111, because then we have to work our way back to get it. But at least we keep the thing. So then all the New Zealand players, not that every time they look, but if they were to scroll through, they would see me on that board. And then there'll be top players that now have me added. Lots of pending friend requests. I guess the core players of the game will sort of keep shrinking as time goes by. Although if people are still playing at this point, then they're probably like a committed player, like a keeper that has been at it for. Because if they got it in April and now it's August, that's a lot of time playing it. April, May, June, July, August, although that's like 4 months. It's quite a bit of time. But if people got it at the beta, which was basically the end of May, it's almost June, so June, July, they would have played it for just over 2 months. Anyway, those stats were real cool. Thank you to that Stat AI, to Royale, that website. That's in the description for your cool stats. But yeah, we'll see what happens with Squadbusters if it sticks around and how many because the top players, they might get sick of it. I don't know, maybe not. Some of them will, some of them won't. Anyway, 5th of November, there we go. Why I got it confused is because then It's one day ahead. So New Zealand, so then that means it's the 6th of November for New Zealand. Yeah. Which then, yeah, anyway. No, but I did, yeah, anyway. Well, yeah, I thought, 5th of November? Oh, maybe that means it's the 4th there. Anyway, 5th of November. Boom, boom, boom. Guy Fawkes Day. Probably not a big thing in the US. It's becoming less and less of a thing in New Zealand. Sadly, I enjoyed the day. We would go out to the New Brighton for fireworks before the council cancelled it, which is a real shame. I really enjoyed it. Anyway, I still go out there on the 5th of November, and there's still a few people that set off some rogue fireworks. Yeah, I think some ordinary gamers does a good job of covering tech-related news, stuff like that. Not necessarily tech, but yeah. Anyway, there it is. I'm gonna enjoy some sleep, although I'm not gonna go to bed straight away after this. I didn't get up until about 8 p.m. So super out of the whack schedule. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed this stream, and I'm not sure what I'll stream next. I haven't got any games on the go at the moment. Monolply Go, but I was gonna delete that one. But I was literally gonna delete it yesterday, but then it was still there. I'm like, I can show you what the game is like. And anyway, then I probably will just delete it for space issues. Well, normally I just keep it there, but since my iPad's so full, I'll probably just wipe it. And wait for a location-based game to come out. I'm ready for one, like a competitive one. It's not pay to win. But then again, like I used to think, oh, it's just like chance that it hasn't happened. But now I realize more and more that things kind of have to be pay to win to stick around. Not like it doesn't have to be, but it sort of is more and more likely to, in which case then, even if you did get a good, well then you might never get a good location-based game because it would always be pay to win, so then it wouldn't be that good. Anyway, that will wrap it up. Have a wonderful, beautiful rest of your day, and I'll catch you later. Good night, and God bless.